Hello! What's up, everybody? What's up, Rasta, Thurlo, Saladino, Mappa, Kraken, Pensive, Seraphin, Ankthar, White Wolf, Bullvine, Dead Whale, Garrus, Shepherd, Shezar. How are you guys doing today? Let's see. I hate the way this game boots. It's so annoying. Is it gonna even stay on its screen? Is the big question. What's up, Koilu? How are you doing today? Sound a little stuffed up? I don't know. I'm just tired. I guess I woke up not too long ago. Also have a bit of a migraine, but nothing out of the ordinary. I'm fine. What was the song? It was from the Midnight Walk soundtrack. And it's one of the latest tracks, which is called Grants. I think it's the longest track in the soundtrack. Looking for it. Yeah, Midnight Walk. I've seen a little bit of that game the other day. I haven't seen too much about it, but I've seen just a little bit of the game, and that was enough for me to realize that the soundtrack was incredible. I don't know if I'm ever gonna play the game, but the soundtrack is an absolute masterpiece. Been listening to it a little bit the past few days, so yeah, you don't have to be like you brought it up, White Wolf. I'm actually feeling fine. I mean, it's just the normal baseline migraine that I have, and you know, I didn't think I sounded weird or anything. So don't be sorry for me. Be sorry for yourself for noticing it. My day's fine. My day is just fine. Why is that so? There's mods to skip loading screens? I might actually want to install that, because yeah, the loading screens are annoying. No, it's just that the problem with Elden Ring is not the loading screens. It's that it always opens on the main monitor. It refuses to memorize which monitor you play on. And I hate when games do that. An older game, I understand. This is this is not an older game. It should memorize which monitor you want to play on. So yeah, it's very annoying. And if you move it too fast over to your gaming monitor, it will skip back to the main monitor when it's done loading the loading screens, like the splash screens. You have to wait for the Bandai Namco screen to be gone, and then you can switch. It's crazy. I've tested it extensively to see what the point was where you can switch safely. It's ridiculous. I don't understand. What's up, Outrun? What's up, Ingredius? Captain Dax? Festouf, good to see you. Watched a bit of the new Doom. I guess I hoped for something else. It seemed fine. Like, it seemed like... I don't know. I was watching a little bit of it yesterday as well, and it just seems like more of Doom 2016. Like, it's the same. I can tell it's the same series DNA. It doesn't feel or look or anything like the old school Doom that I personally enjoy, but it seems like for 2016 fans, it's going to be more of the same. I don't know. I don't vibe with it. I've never vibed with 2016. I understand why people enjoy it. It makes sense to me. It's not for me. It's just constant slow motion executions, loot pinata enemies of like weapons and ammo and whatever. That's not for me. I like the simplicity of Doom. That's usually what I liked about it. I like the crazy level design, and I mean, I've seen what I was watching yesterday. You have to find like some keys and then open doors and all that, but it seems very much on rail. you know? I don't know. I haven't seen enough of it to have really an opinion. 25 craze to add parry mechanics to every game genre. Okay, well, sure. The shield makes it a bit weird. But much parries waiting for enemies to attack. Yeah, I guess they're trying to make the combat system a little more engaging. But in turn, I don't know. It is what it is. To me, it's still, despite those little changes, it still felt like I was watching Doom 2016. Even like graphically, I feel like the game hasn't improved. Which is not a big deal, but... And also, Pensive, you were asking about... we've actually been talking about Expedition 33 a little bit on the channel. We're trying not to talk about it too much because spoilers, obviously. But, yeah, a lot of people around here have been playing it. I've been playing it. I still have reserves about the game. My reserves are changing. The more I play the game, like my concerns about the game and my issues with the game are sort of shifting and changing. But they're still there. Yeah, I don't know. I'm in the beginning of Act 2 right now, and I will say I feel quite disconnected with the story, which I didn't expect would happen, because that was the main driving force behind the whole thing, despite my issues with the combat system and everything. I felt like the story was still griping me, and I was still interested, and the core theme of the story was still present. It doesn't feel that way anymore. I'm sure it's gonna come back. I need to play a bit more. I wasn't able to play a lot yesterday. I mostly did some like random sort of optional exploration, I guess. So I need to engage with the main story again to probably get that feeling away. But I had narrative concerns about the end of Act 1, and I fear that they may be confirmed with how I feel. It's the first day. Yesterday was the first day where I booted the game and I was like, I don't know, I don't feel the drive to even play very much or progress in the story very much. So I don't know. We'll see. What's up, Puka Bear? Sorry, I'm too busy staring at Lune's feet. I don't know why her name's not pronounced Lune, by the way. Lune. It's a French game. If any name should be pronounced in the French way, it should be hers. What's up, Radical? Like, they pronounce Maël somewhat correctly. They pronounce Gustave somewhat correctly. Why is Lune not pronounced Lune and instead Lune? It makes no sense to me. Why is it not Gustave? If you're gonna pronounce it the Gustave. I don't know. I'm playing in English. It's the official language of the game. They designed the game, recorded the game with English in mind. French, believe it or not, the French version is the side dub, even though it's a French game. So yeah, I went for English for the highest quality possible, and the cutscenes lip syncing fits with the English version. The in-engine stuff, honestly, the lip sync doesn't matter. It's pretty bad overall. Like, it's not something they focused on. But during the like pre-rendered cutscenes, it's made for the English voice acting. Yeah, no, I know, Ingredius. I really think it's weird. I don't know. What's up, Feardodon? What's up, Kimi? It seems like the characters are based on the French voice actors, like visually speaking. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I've heard. Apparently, the devs have confirmed that the English version is the official one. So, I mean, the main one. Visually, okay. I mean, yeah, I don't know. The main protagonist looks like, what's his name? Robert Pattinson to me, so I don't know. Did you do the thing last night? You can't unsee it. It's hard. And there, and like I told you yesterday, there's another character that I can't unsee. I'm not gonna mention anything because of, you know, I don't want to spoil the name of a character or anything, but I can't unsee it either. It's like, ugh. I've seen people claim the lip sync is made with the French dub in mind, doesn't fit the English dub that well. But see, that's exactly the problem with the internet. People will take a narrative, a random narrative that they've probably read on Reddit or something, of someone trying to defend the game because, oh my god, my new favorite video game of all time could not possibly have issues with it. Or weaknesses. It's not possible that the lip sync is bad, it's just that it's made for the French version. No, the lip sync is just not something they focused on, and it's fine. A lot of JRPGs did not have lip sync, in fact, when we were playing them when we were younger. Some of them, even modern ones, just do that. Look at From Software lip sync. It's literally that, and that's it. And it's fine. It's a good video game nonetheless. This one has at least exceptional facial expressions. Even if the lip sync is bad, the facial expressions are wonderful. And I think they carry a lot of emotions. But yeah, no, if you, that's the thing. And Tixar, I'm not popping off at you, by the way. I'm just, like, it's just general narratives that I'm so tired of made up narratives about video games on the internet. It's becoming a pet peeve of mine, and it wasn't before. But it's becoming so annoying that it's like, I'm building it into a pet peeve. Oh yeah, the Tekken 8 is bad because the Soul Calibur devs are on the team. Dudes, Soul Calibur and Tekken have shared 50% of their fucking crew since the first Soul Calibur. Since Soul Edge, in fact. That's why the games come out alternatively. It's the same fucking team, most of it. In fact, there's less people working on both games now, or in the past like 5 years, than there were like 20 years ago. What you pretended was the golden era. I get so upset when people make up shit. They need to scapegoat something. What's up, Rian King? Sometimes it's okay to admit that, you know, the people you love can make bad things. And a game you love can have weaknesses. It's okay. It's fine. It doesn't mean you like the game less. In fact, it probably is even stronger. It means that despite the faults, you still love the game that much. That's a huge reinforcement of what the game does well. And the game doesn't have to do everything well. It just has to, you know, be really good at what it's trying to do best. What's up, Vachel? We're doing the Den talk early today. We're getting it out of the way. No game is perfect except Outer Wilds. I would argue that. I don't think Outer Wilds is perfect. I have complaints about Outer Wilds. I have complaints about Disco Elysium, and I think it's probably the closest thing to a perfect game I've ever seen. What's up, Fish Boy? But yeah, no, like Tixar, like like the easiest way to check the dub thing is look at the pre-rendered cutscenes as opposed to like the in-engine stuff, right? Like you look at a small cutscene between the characters when you're exploring, for instance, and then you look at like the prologue's, you know, main big cutscene, right? And you immediately see that it's made with the English dub in mind. Great pick for something to be upset about. You're not going to run out of material. That is unfortunately true. That's the thing for me. Outer Wilds is the only game I have nothing to complain about. All right. Hey, there's obviously there's some subjectivity in all that. And I don't like if I'm trying to think about what issues do I have with Outer Wilds right now. I don't know if I can even, remember what I think could be done better. But I definitely remember when I was playing the game that I felt, a few things could be improved. Good game though. Oh yeah, the DLC. I definitely had some comments about the DLC. That's for sure. Yeah. But I'm trying to think base game, right? More than anything. Although for me it was like just one experience. I will say in my mind I don't see the DLC as a different part of, like, as a different experience, right? It was one whole thing for me. Oh yeah, the sound when you tab out. That's my personal vendetta against video games. All the video games that you can't tab out without the sound muting, and there's no option for it or anything. I hate that shit. That drives me insane. I cannot find anything to complain about in Tetris. It's quite the perfect game to me. Nah. The T piece is overpowered. The game's imbalanced. No, I don't know. I did have that. I used to have that take in Gradius, actually, that Tetris was the only perfect game in existence. Because, like, how would you improve on the game? It's the perfect concept. There's nothing to change. But then I'm thinking about it a bit more, and I'm like, there's so many versions of Tetris, and they all have issues. Some of them have, like, kind of wonky controls, not super responsive controls. I think that's the case for the NES version. Some of them added new elements like saving a piece, right, which kind of brings some contention to the perfect game loop. I guess it's a subjective thing, right? But I think being able to save a piece is, it brings some elements that I'm not too fond of in Tetris, for instance. Again, like, simplicity is better in this case. But then if you really want to think about it, there's that kid that broke Tetris, right? Like, he completely broke the game. He got to the point where the game can't produce more pieces anymore, and it just breaks. Not a perfect game anymore. Obviously, I'm saying that it's a bit facetious, but it still feels that way to me. Like, it used to be so clean when nobody thought you could go past level 30, and the game would just end because the player was too weak to go at the speed of the game. But now it's like, no, there's a point you can actually go where the game breaks. There's a kill screen in Tetris, which is a pretty recent discovery, apparently. So, not a perfect game anymore. A lot of the internet discourse seems to be pick a side, parrot others, get angry. Yeah, and a lot of things that I'm seeing, and especially I've seen that a lot in the Tekken community recently, is never change your mind. Once you're mad at something and something is bad because the overall internet narrative decided it was bad, never change your mind. Even if the devs do exactly what you wanted them to do, which is improve the game and start working on the game in the right direction, you still need to be mad every time they release a patch or something. It never should be enough. No redemption allowed. And, I mean, that's not always the case, of course, because then you get the other effect, which we talked about yesterday, right? When a game has been out long enough and then they fix it, much later down the line, you can start arguing for the other camp, like, oh, they made the game so much better, right? So now the game is great again. Like Cyberpunk and stuff like that. And then you just, every time someone criticizes something about it, it's like, oh, well, but no, they fixed it. Now the game's perfect, You can switch from one side to the other, but you need to leave a few years in between, just so that you can't be called out too easily on your hypocrisy. Make Graham's gate again. Yeah, pensive, nice. That Tetris movie? Do you mean The Ecstasy of Order? That documentary is amazing. If you mean something else, I don't know what you're talking about. No? Okay. If you like Tetris just as a concept, The Ecstasy of Order, a documentary about, like, the Tetris competitive scene from, like, a while ago, before all the new tricks were discovered. It's really interesting. I really enjoyed that movie. the documentary. I'm a big fan of gaming documentaries that, you know, tell stories. I think they're great. King of Kong style and stuff like that. Minesweeper's pretty okay. I guess so, yeah. Make shit up, get mad about it, never change, yeah. But yeah, I always think about you these days, Captain Dax, when I'm like looking at the Tekken community and I'm seeing like the stuff the people complain about, and I'm like, oh my god. If I was an actual game dev and I had all the knowledge that you have, for instance, it would make me so mad all the time. I have like adjacent minimal knowledge, right? Just like a little bit because I'm interested in it. But I don't have, you know, like the first-hand experience or anything. And I already get mad. Like, Season 2 of Tekken 8 has been pretty poorly received. And, you know, there's extremely reasonable arguments for that. It was a weird step in the wrong direction for many people. And I think I'm part of these people. I'm not as angry or upset about it as many people are. I think the game's still very fun and enjoyable to play. I think there was some good in the patch as well, but I still think overall it was a step in the wrong direction. But now they're working on making steps in the right direction, and the past couple of patches were pretty decent, and I'm, you know, in general, I'm pretty hopeful for the game. But that's not my point here. The point is, they had a character reveal at EVO Japan, right? And the immediate reaction was, why would they release a character like that when the community is already, you know, like mad about Season 2, and they're releasing a character that made a lot of people mad in Tekken 7 because he was busted or whatever. And I'm like, do you think they decided like 2 weeks ago what the character was gonna be? That dude's probably been worked on since the game released last year. Like, it was probably already in the works. It takes months to get a character to a point where it can be like, you know, even announced or mentioned. They can't just switch at the last second. Like, what's the other option? They're like, oh, we need to pivot there, so let's just announce another character that's popular, but then delay the release for like 6 months or something. Yeah, that would be well received. Yeah, that's for sure. But yeah, also, I mean, you know, if they pick that character to be a DLC, it's probably that it sold very well in Tekken, or well enough in Tekken 7 that they think it makes financial sense. And, you know, let's see what the character is going to be like this time around. Maybe it's going to be great. There's a bunch of characters are very different from 7 to 8 or any entry in the series. So instead of being mad at something that happened in the past, like, oh, that character sucked in the past, so therefore it will never be acceptable again. No, instead, you know, just keep your mind open and look at what they're doing first. We haven't even seen a single move. Is it Akuma? No, it's Fakumram, which was one of the like last characters in Tekken 7, which many people think was initially designed with maybe Tekken 8 in mind, but like the life of 7 ended up being a bit longer than they expected, which is why like a lot of late Tekken 7 characters are being re-released in 8 as DLC, like Lydia and Fakumram. And they feel very Tekken 8 in spirit, which, you know, could be, I don't know if that's true or not, but it could be true. Maybe, you know, they were initially designed as characters for 8, and then 8 got delayed a little bit, and they were like, let's make them DLCs in 7, we can test them, you know. Because it's true that a lot of their systems in 7 seem like they fit the sort of what 8 does now. That could also be a coincidence. It could be that they were experimenting with those characters for stuff that they were later going to implement in 8, you know. But they were still designed to be in 7 in the first place. Anyway, who knows, right? Counter-Strike patch, people were complaining. Devs released the patch claiming they improved the thing, and people were ecstatic. Then the devs said they didn't actually change anything. That's amazing, Tixar. If that's true, that is fucking amazing. And it makes so much sense. I just looked at the movie Daniel recommended and Reap Jonas. Yeah. Jonas was one of the best players of old school Tetris, and unfortunately passed away. It's very sad. Orb, the anime, is it good? I've never heard of it. I need to get back into anime, but yeah, Radical. I don't think Akuma is making its way back to Tekken. Thank God. I think the 2D thing was an interesting experiment in Tekken 7. I don't want to see it ever again, personally. What's up, Infamous, by the way? How are you today? Yeah, obviously, Fishboy, you want to keep your mind open, you know? But again, it goes back to what I'm always saying about the internet. Nuance doesn't generate engagement. Rarely does. Well, it does generate some engagement, but not as much as extreme opinions do. And unfortunately, people on the internet are trained, like literal Pavlovian training, to be extreme in their opinions, because that's what gets attention and reactions and engagement. And we're literally being conditioned to enjoy those things. All the, you know, chemical releases in our brains, that's what we're trained to do through social media and all that. And so opinions get more extreme. I truly believe that we're conditioned. Intentionally or not, I don't know, right? I don't want to put my tinfoil hat and say that it's like an intentional design, but I'm pretty sure it's something that's happening. So people's opinion get more extreme and more extreme because they get that satisfaction of generating reactions and engagement and all that, and that's it. Nuance doesn't exist anymore. What's up, Ayad? How are you doing today? Elden Lord, good to see you. Made me angry to see that behavior, but for both sides. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it should be, you know, everyone... You would think that everyone wants the same thing. The devs and the fan base want the same thing. They want a good video game. Again, I'm always of that opinion. Devs, probably most of them want to make the best game they can. But they have to contend with bullshit like, you know, the realities of publishing, which is sometimes very difficult to deal with as a dev, and will have a pretty big influence on what you're able to do and what you're allowed to do and the limits in which you can express your creativity and art. But ultimately, I feel like everyone's trying to do, you know, their best in terms of devs and the fan base probably wants that too. So those two groups should be, you know, on the same side of things. And if things are to be complained about, it should be the fucking bullshit publishing, you know, practices that we see. And those are the things we should complain about and fight against, because I'm sure even many devs would probably enjoy that. If, you know, the publishers stop trying to stuff microtransactions in everything and all that. And Daniel just shared our thoughts with each other on Expedition. Some stuff we agree about, others not so much. And we got on with the rest of our life. Yeah, no, I mean, it's that's the thing. It's not even like... I'm sure it's the same for you. For me, there was no emotional reaction in that conversation. I was just like, oh yeah, it's interesting. Like I thought it was interesting to see your perspective, and that's it. It probably informs mine a little bit more, and then I can think about mine a little bit more, and that's it. It doesn't... Yeah, it doesn't trigger any like emotional reaction of whatever kind. What time is it for me? 7:55 p.m. Yeah, Garrus, yeah. What would be your dream game devs could bring out? Wait, what? What would be your dream game? Oh, devs could bring out. Okay, sorry. Honestly, I don't know. And here's the thing, and I'm very serious when I say that. My dream game that devs could bring out isn't something that already exists. It's not a remake, it's not a sequel, it's not part of a franchise. It may even be something of a genre that doesn't really exist yet. It's something new, it's something fresh, it's something I've never played or seen before. That's my dream game. Whenever I play something that makes me feel like I've never played anything like it before and it's enjoyable, I feel bliss. Proper bliss. And that can't come from sequels, franchises, or stuff that has to follow a specific format that I've already played before, right? So my dream game is something I cannot predict in any way. Because the surprise of finding something new that I've never seen before is part of the dream. Now, if we're talking about like something I would like to see, a remake of Xenogears. A remake of Xenogears, because that game never got properly finished, and I would love to see, like, you know, yeah. I would love to see a complete, finished, modern version of that game, because I'm a big fan of it. But, again, I would prefer it never exists. I don't want more remakes, but this one would be one rare exception where I would be kind of hyped about it. The only two games I'm excited about right now, coming up, are Seros and... what's the other one? We talked about it yesterday on Naz's channel. Seros is one of them, and there's another one. I can't remember. What's an upcoming game I may be excited about? Altars! Well, no, okay. I think Silksong is the other one. I'm not even... No, I don't think so, because I remember telling myself I'm not getting excited about Silksong before the game's installed on my computer. That's where I am with it now. Say, but no, I remember, like, people were mentioning stuff like Night Rain and you know, GTA and all that stuff that I don't fucking care about, and so, and then someone mentioned Seros, and I was like, oh yeah, that's one of the two games I'm actually excited about. Wasn't the Altars, but I'm really interested about the Altars. I mean, I love This War of Mine, so yeah. Death Stranding 2. I still need to play the first one. MGS3 remake? Subnautica 2? No, not particularly. Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember. I know there's another game that's in the pipeline that I'm like, oh yeah, that I'm excited about, but I can't remember what it is now. It's embarrassing. Would you be interested in Cyberpunk sequel? No. In general, I'm not... Sequels are not a thing I'm even thinking about. All right, so we can keep having that conversation. I still want to have it, but I want a little change of ambience. I need like some proper music. Oh, I did not want to do that. Mafia Old Country? I've never even heard of that. I mean, I know the series Mafia, but I don't care about anything in that thing. Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember what it was, but it's okay. Seros is one of the... is one game that I'm excited about. If I can't remember the other one, it probably means I'm not that excited for it. So Seros is the only game I'm excited about. Officially. What's up, Hobbs? Blueprints is already out though, so it doesn't count. I'm excited to play Blueprints, but we're talking about like games that upcoming releases, right? Let me maybe if I check like upcoming game releases 2025, 2026. Wow. There's 3 games in 2025 that have had a better than 90% score on Metacritic. Blueprints, Expedition 33, and Split Fiction. That is interesting. I really hope Blueprints is going to get the attention it deserves from what I've heard. Again, not a game I've played, but I hope that when I play it, a lot of people want to watch it. Yeah, you have a bit of time, Saladino, but I wouldn't wait like a year or anything. But you have at least a few months. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was Silk Song, but I don't know. What's up, Mike Ace? How are you doing today? Yeah, a lot of people are saying that in Gradius. Everyone seems to be of the opinion that Blueprints is gonna work for me. So hopefully they're right. Hopefully it's not gonna be another what was that game that everyone enjoyed and I didn't so much? The investigation game. On the boat. Oberdeen, thank you. Jesus, my memory is really weird tonight. Like, just trying to remember Silk Song a few minutes ago and Oberdeen now, it did not want to come to mind. I couldn't get my brain to remember. All those 2 things in quick succession is a little scary, I will say. Hopefully it's not a sign that I'm having a stroke or something. Yeah, Oberdeen, everyone was expecting me to really enjoy Oberdeen, and I did for a little bit, but yeah, it didn't really hit. Yeah. I thought the gameplay became very repetitive, very fast, and I thought the story did not deliver on its promises. Alright, so, we're up here, and I haven't explored any of this. So we got here by teleporting from teleporter down there, over there, and unfortunately there wasn't a return teleporter, so I need to find my way back down manually. I enjoyed Oberdeen so much. A lot of people seem to have enjoyed it. Oh shit! Damn, that's pretty. How are you today, Tyler? So again, I'm assuming this will eventually lead us up there, which it feels like there's like a boss fight up there or something because of the yellow glow we saw from the bottom at some point. What's up, Zindern? I don't know, Tixar. There seems to be a lot of, you know, there's a lot of animal life down there, fauna. I guess they're just living here. There's even like trees and everything, even though there's no sun. I guess there's some magical forces that allow that. Maybe the kind of stuff that those, you know, ancient followers take care of. Yeah, I really wish I liked Obradine more than I did. Like and again, like the very first, the first couple streams that I played the game, I was really into it. And then I thought the game failed to sort of improve on its own system to become a little less repetitive. And yeah, again, like I said, the story for me did not deliver. Okay, you can go down there then. I can just like jump down, right? That's not very high. Yeah, I can jump down and then follow that road, I think. Yeah, this seems to connect. And then I connect back to where I was. Okay, cool. So I'm not sure if this is like progression leading to a boss or something, so I'm not sure how I want to approach this. The grace over there, and I'm assuming this is another elevator. Like I said, that leads here. We saw like the top of that area when we were looking around in Dragon Barrel. Oh boy, that looks very detailed. Yeah, see, as opposed to the stag we saw earlier, like in the other temple, this looks very detailed. Like something that's gonna wake up and attack me as soon as I approach. Yeah, that shit's alive. Kinda had it too, but finished it with the excitement was still carrying. Took me 2 sessions. This place is really fascinating. Whoever that is, they're carrying what I think is a baby, maybe? Is that a man carrying a baby? Because that looks like a beard, not just like hair. I don't know. What's a burrito? How are you doing today? I mean, we're in Schiffer River. I don't know what you mean by normal or whatever, but please do not be clearer, because I already feel like the question is potentially a spoiler, so. Because if you can't tell an area by looking at it, it means there's another area that looks like that. Gotta be careful with that. I don't want to go up there. Not sure how. I'm at the same spot right now doing a playthrough again. Missed this part of it. Ah, I see. Yeah. Yeah, I'm, if you look at the map, I'm up there, like on the cliff here. I got teleported there from here, I think. Teleporter. Yeah. That line of swords is as far as I explored on the on the ground floor. I need to resume my exploration. If this is underground, why are there no dwarfs? I wonder where this myth of dwarves living underground started being. Like, why is this a thing? Is this Tolkien's influence? So I don't feel like that, or is there something in like Norse mythology that, you know, dictates that? I don't know. Yeah, I guess it would be because of Tolkien's, right? Everything is Tolkien's influence. That's not true though, because Tolkien, you know, took a lot of inspiration from like actual like North folklore and all that, right? So I don't know. Like in the original, quote-unquote, original Norse mythology, were the dwarfs already like underground beings? Was that a thing? I mean, I guess it would. Maybe it fits their sort of short stature, right? You're underground in caves, and you don't want to be too tall because you would hit your head, you know. Like the natural selection means that people living underground are probably shorter, right? I don't know. Usually, what they're at their forges and such. Well, I don't think natural selection was much of a thing when they came up with the Edda. Well, I don't think they understood the science behind it, but maybe there was some. It's one of those things, you know, like you follow the principles of nature without realizing what the rules actually are, you know. I don't know. Right, Quasi, that's true, but, you know. Wait, so there's a bug over there, I can see it. Purple one. There's one here that's for flasks. We have a stake of America here, which really makes me believe that this thing is gonna be a if not like a boss, at least a, you know, a major enemy. So that thing is weird. Do I want to explore this area and then go back down? I guess so. I guess we're up here, might as well. But I'm worried this might lead to like progression. Well, let's see. One of the dwarves' names in there is literally Gandalf. Hey, nothing wrong with taking inspiration when where you can find it. If you ask me, I don't think Tolkien did anything wrong. In terms of his art, at least. And I'm saying that as someone who's really not a fan. I don't like Lord of the Rings very much, or any of that stuff. I think it's just I'm sure it would have been amazing to read 100 years ago. As it stands, I just find it dusty and boring. What's up, Credo? Oh, hold on. More of those clay men up there. I haven't seen one of these in a while. Elden Ring's been out for years, still has bugs, yeah. Not sure why they should use all their resources to fix bugs instead of a game already sold. Wait, who said anything about all their resources? I think updating a game that is still played that much and that popular makes sense. But I'm sure they want to spend they want to put their money on something else and make another fucking online game that is going to make them a lot of money instead of fixing a game that already made them a lot of money. I was just making a joke about Daniel talking about bugs referring to the Beatles. Still, the point stands. Oh, geez, that torch is bright today. My migraine's kicking my ass. Made a bunch of patches when the DLC came out. Yeah, I mean, hey, outside of the usual From Software jank, I will say the game has been pretty smooth, you know, overall. I haven't seen major bugs. I haven't seen any, you know, haven't had a single crash or anything. Yeah, it obviously has the jank that will be in every one of From Software games, but yeah, it runs well. Yeah. They have patches in their game, haha. How are you, Nibiru? Game is so playable. Why invest so many resources? Why are you saying so many though? Like, do you know exactly the kind of resources are required? You went from all to so many, so at least there's a bit of a, you know. You've lowered the amount of resources they need. If we continue the conversation, are we gonna arrive to a little bit of resource? You know, just what's needed to fix a few more patches, if a few more bugs, if there are still some in the game. I think devs continuing working on one of their games, especially when it's a popular one that people still play, that has an online element to it, right, should always be commended. If you keep working on your game, you keep improving on it, it should always be commended. It should be like baseline, you know, customer service or whatever you want to call that. Obviously, the real reason why they're not working on Elden Ring so much anymore is because they're working on Night Rain. Probably, you know, a big part of their resources have been redirected. Because Elden Ring's fixing a few bugs in Elden Ring is not gonna make them money. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe there's still people working on Elden Ring. I don't know. When was the last patch for Elden Ring? Before we start, you know, having that conversation. Do we know exactly when the last patch on Elden Ring was and if they're still working on it? A few months ago? Post DLC, right? Like there's been updates after the DLC. What's up, Uncle Humsey Live? Uncle Humsey, that's the name. Cool looking character. Yeah, I'm enjoying. That's my exploration get up for now. Shield, spear, big armor. I eventually want to have like a boss killing sort of outfit as well, which will be probably much lighter. I'm not sure what weapon I'm gonna use. I want a two-handed thing, maybe a big sword or maybe a twin blade. I'm not sure yet, but I haven't been able to work on it yet. When you sell your books, do you correct it after release? You release new versions, or use something else with your time? As for the game, if bug remains at this stage or complicated to fix, junior developers will not work on it if they want to fix it. But yeah, but you keep making those assumptions. Okay, I'll get back to the first answers soon, because you might be surprised about the answer actually. You keep making assumptions about who's fixing what and the amount of resource it takes. Do you put like personally work from Software? Like, do you know what they need to do to fix their bugs? My only point is, as customers, we should maintain our expectations for a quality product that keeps being supported, especially when there's an online aspect to it, which is the case for Elden Ring. Plenty of people still play the online part of the game. And as for your question, yes, as a matter of fact. Okay, first of all, it's completely different. Because usually when a game goes to print, when a book goes to print, it's like considered done. Like it's considered finished. It's a text. It doesn't change. There's not players playing around with something that has a lot of breaking points. There's no online feature to it. You're not gonna find, like, when you look at the text of a book, it's a limited amount of words, and if there's mistakes in them, they're there, right? You can see them. You don't need to have like thousands and millions of players testing it, readers, before you can find like all the little breaking points, right? Completely different industry, different type of, Also, you can't patch a book. Trust me, if you could easily patch a book by just pushing a button and sending it to everyone who bought the book, it would be a thing. It would exist. Now, stuff gets fixed. In fact, both my novels had the ebook versions get updated after first release, because we found a couple of typos, and we found one typo in the first one, and one name that was spelled wrong in the second. Minor things, but the ebooks got updated, and if there was to be like a second print of the book, it would be fixed. It would be something that changes. And it's something that happens regularly when books, are very popular and they get like several editions. In fact, Stephen King notoriously almost rewrote the entirety of the first novel in the Dark Tower series and re-released it. So yeah, no, it's something you do. Yeah, thank you, Uncle. I appreciate that. But ultimately, my point is, we shouldn't constantly lower our standards of like, oh, the game's already released 2 years ago. It doesn't matter if they continue fixing bugs or not, like whatever. Like, no, we should, it's not about like screaming about it like whiny children, but it's like, if they keep working on the game and improving the bugs, that's deserving of praise after release, because, it's good customer service. I wonder if these things are a little sensitive to fire. I understand your perspective, Pastouf, and I think it's a dangerous slippery slope. Just a realistic perspective, I know. I don't know. I don't know if it's realistic as much as, you know, that, to me, that's the equivalent of, oh, well, microtransactions should not matter. You can just not buy them. Right? That's the kind of discourse that I associate that with. Oh, shit. That one caught me. Holy crap. Well, that's one way to go back down, I guess. We didn't say that any grace. Oh, there's a Stake of America. But I could go back at the grace if I wanted. You know what? I'm gonna be methodical. I'm gonna go back at the grace first. I'm gonna go back at the grace. We'll get back to that cliff later. Oh, I'm all the way back there. Oh shit. Bad decisions. Oh no, my souls! I forgot about my souls. Ah. Oh. Bad decisions. I mean, it's okay. It wasn't that many, I don't think. $13K? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, now I probably want to go get them back, though. Just don't die. Yeah, I guess so. Not a big deal in this world where invisible enemies just jump on you out of nowhere and lightning strikes you from afar. Oh my god, I'm getting wrecked by this nerd. Yeah, that's sort of my worry about the sort of slippery slope thing, Shepard, is how quickly do we get from here to, oh well, the game's released, it's in a shit state, but who gives a shit? We got our money, might as well focus on the next money-making, you know, engine that we have to work on, right? Let's make a sequel rather than fixing the previous game that people already paid for. That's kind of the slippery slope I'm worried about, right? And that's why I'm comparing it to, like, the microtransaction stuff, is that at first it's, oh, well, if you don't want the microtransactions, you can just not buy them. It doesn't matter. And then a couple years later, it's, oh, yeah, the game's actually balanced around you purchasing the microtransaction stuff. And if you don't, it's a shitty experience. There's already games there's already that games isn't what Ubisoft. No, I think Ubisoft and EA, just like every company, do fix their games after release to a certain extent. I mean, I don't have any list under my eyes right now, but I'm fairly sure if you look up the latest Assassin's Creed's release, I'm pretty sure there's been a few patches already, right? What the? Did I just land on that? Okay, that's funny. What's up, Stoner? How are you doing? There's a non-monetary value in making sure your company puts out quality software and reputation maintaining it? Yeah, absolutely. And again, I mean, obviously, you know, I'm not saying you should maintain games forever. That's not realistic. Like, if you tell me, well, I mean, you know, there's bugs in Dark Souls 1, but, you know, at that point, it's a decade-old game. Like, you know, you have to let go of it. It's okay. But Elden Ring is still, you know, that basically their latest release in that series. And there's an online feature. And I'm not, listen, again, my point is not, I'm not like they need to fix that game, otherwise they're a bad company. I'm just saying we should be praising the company for still maintaining their game if they do. We shouldn't be like, oh, they're wasting their energy or resources. That shouldn't be the mindset. The mindset should be, oh, hell yeah, they're doing, you know, they're actually like making sure their online game is still, flagship game is still working as well as it can, right? course, Shepard. As long as, like we said earlier, as long as it doesn't turn into like some, you know, nonsensical whining that, you know, that nothing they do will ever satisfy you ever again, then yeah, I mean, I think consumers have a sort of, I always see it as consumers having a sort of implied responsibility to make companies accountable, you know. Because otherwise, who will, you know? If they can get away with releasing broken-ass games and everyone still pre-orders and there's no pushback when it happens, like, what's stopping them from that becoming the baseline, right? And again, like, obviously Elden Ring's not a game that fits that description. Elden Ring's a very well-made game that I'm pretty sure was praised on release because it was, you know, a finished product without any bullshit. Just a good game. Yeah, I'm a little... They have like hyper armor on some skills that I don't really understand. Like, sometimes they just... Okay. Damn, those enemies are no pushovers, for sure. I think the teleporter was up there. Cyberpunk set a bad precedent for that, releasing something before it is ready just to fix it later. Yeah, I don't know, like... I'm not sure exactly, you know, it's a multifaceted question. But I do feel like since Cyberpunk, we've seen more games come out in like a, you know, pretty questionable state and being fixed later. And I don't think it's like a consequence of Cyberpunk being that way. I don't think it's by design, right? But maybe it made some companies feel a little more at ease with, you know, considering that when a game comes out, it's not supposed to be perfect, because they feel like consumers, you know, are accepting of that after the Cyberpunk situation. I don't know. A person. Because, like, in many ways, you know, like, the Cyberpunk situation was a disaster at first, but I think it ended up being pretty damn positive for the company, because they got so much praise and all of that for, you know, fixing their game, even got awards for it, right? Like, best product support or whatever they call it, like ongoing game or whatever the award was. So like you get like a second free marketing for your game 2 years after release, because everyone's just now praising it for fixing what was supposed to be, you know, by default in the game. No, it wasn't DLC. Like, it was like, you know, they literally got an award. I don't remember what the title of the award was, but in essence, it was like they got an award for fixing their shit 2 years later. I don't remember exactly what the title of the award is. I think it's like continued ongoing game or something, or support on ongoing game. I don't know exactly what it is. Yeah, I don't know, Pastoufle. I think your position is a bit strange. It feels like you're defending big corporations for releasing subpar products. And it's maybe not what you're doing, but that's what it sounds like. Because we're, in this case specifically, we're not talking about like small indie games or whatever. We're talking about like multi-billion-dollar publishers. That could probably delay a game a couple years if they needed, and inject the money in there. And be just fine. Make enough profits for an extra yacht. The reason why they don't do it is because it's about profit margins. And you can't have the next year, financial year, be lower than the previous one, because investors are going to get frisky if that happens, right? Even if you still make a shit ton of profit, right? But you're a little, you know, there's a little like recession on your products, or whatever you call that, your finance bros. There's a limit to how much profit one can make? No. I mean, does it seem like that to you? I don't know. I'm not a finance expert. It doesn't seem like it. It's a brainy. You can always fire more people, you know, to lower your expenses. You can always automate more stuff with AI. You can always change your... Whoa. Hold on. See, Pastouf, that is what you're advocating for. A literal unplayable video game. That is because of you specifically. I hope you know that. This is what you're defending, sir. How am I supposed to be playing the game? We call this the Pastouf ledge. Exactly. Of course I defend that. Well, there you go, see? Ruined. My whole immersion is ruined. I don't even want to play the game anymore. Yeah, I'm already writing a Reddit post about how From Software doesn't care about their players. It's probably because they brought in people from like the Armored Core team or something. Yeah. There's a deep lore behind that invisible ledge. Yeah, let's call Vati for answers. Wait. Oh, okay. I was like, that would have been so weird. They brought in the Tekken 8 balance team, yeah. No, to be clear, I'm joking around. This is just fine. I don't care. This is a fun little, you know. Oh shit! Wait, there's one here and there's one there. There's also lightning right next to it. See, that's why I don't trust this shit. I haven't been able to approach one of those lightning things and not die yet. Now, I do feel like the lightning things just shoots you, Rito. If you approach it, they just like blast you. And I tried to run past one with Torrent and go really far away quickly. I got sniped across like the entire fucking thing. You know. But yeah, again, like to sort of conclude and bring the conversation to a close and a loop. I'm not saying a dev should support a game forever. That is not realistic. I understand, and especially, hold on, I'm especially aware that for financial reasons, it's always better to move on to the next product. Don't think that I'm not aware of the realistic, the you know, the reality of publishing. That I'm very aware of it. I complain about it a whole lot. That should tell you how aware I am of it. The only thing I'm saying is we should never frame a company still patching their older games and working on them as a waste of resources. That shouldn't be our mindset as a consumers. We should praise that if they do. Doesn't mean we need to complain if they don't, because again, like there's always reasons to finally let go of a game and move on to something else. You can't, but we should always frame it in like a positive way. If they're doing it, awesome, right? So I was just, my only reaction to what you said, Pastuf, was because you framed it as a waste of resources. And I think that's a dangerous way of framing that. And I'm not saying in this chat in particular like that. That was just a passing comment, right? But I think there's a mindset thing here. Yeah, exactly, Shepard. That's a good way of putting it. This whole conversation started because I made a dumb pun. Hey, sometimes that's all you need, Quasi. I appreciate you for your pun. I wonder, do I need to sit down to... I'm not sure. I'm never sure if just activating it is enough, or if I need to sit down to be able to respawn here. Worshippers Woods. Okay, so the worshippers are the ancient followers. Right? That's my assumption. What do they worship? I'm not sure. Nature, maybe? Question mark? They seem to be very, like, in touch with nature. Maybe something... Oh, there could be something with that temple, right? Maybe? Maybe that's why there's a ledge? Maybe some kind of divinity talking to them from up there? Oh, I need to be careful. I still don't have my souls back. Hold on. What's your thoughts on people paying $100 to play Doom yesterday? It could have waited 2 days to play for free. Wait, is the game coming on Game Pass? Yeah? Oh, I didn't know that. I'm kind of excited about that. I kind of want to... If I can play it for... Well, actually, you know what? No. My time is almost as valuable as my money at this point. Even though I have plenty of time and not a lot of money. Oh shit, what is happening? Did you see the frame drops there? My frame rate just tanked for a second. What is going on my computer? Okay, we're good. You know, Stoner, again, I think my opinion's the same as it is with pre-orders. I think that early access, pre-order, deluxe edition, whatever bullshit is despicable. I hate that practice. I hate that it's a thing. But I'm not judging any individual for doing it, right? If individually you want to spend your money to play a game 2 days earlier, that is your right, and I don't have any reason to judge you for it. But I do think, like, as a system, like on a systemic level, I think the practice is disgusting, and I hate it. And I wish people wouldn't support it, but it is what it is. problem with that is not on the company, it's on the consumer. I don't think it's that simple though. I don't think it's that simple. I think there's something to be said about preying on FOMO and how it is psychologically manipulative from the company. Now, obviously, the consumer is not, you know, it has its responsibility, right? As again, like I'm not judging like individuals for whatever reason they are, but like as a consumer base, there is a responsibility there, right? Because obviously, if nobody would lean into it and actually spend money on that shit, well, the companies wouldn't do it. But the psychological preying on FOMO it's a well-known phenomenon that works, right? Like for a reason. So I think just you have an option not to do it as a company. If your company is ethical and you want to not do that shit, you can do it. And I want to make like a comparison, which is not like, it's not a one-for-one comparison. It's very different, but I feel like it drives my point home is, think about sweatshops in China for clothes that you buy, right? Obviously a consumer, you could say like consumers shouldn't buy from companies who do that. Well, true, but not everyone can afford to buy stuff that's more expensive or whatever, so they buy whatever they can, right? But the companies would have you know, they could make the decision not to use sweatshops in China. That's something they could do if they wanted. You know, it's like, and again, I understand it's not like a perfect comparison, but it's sort of the same. I have the same sort of opinion on it ultimately, is a company can decide to be ethical. And manipulation exists. Whether it's financial, whether it's like psychological, it exists. And they know how to use it. Yeah, well, that's what it is, Shepard. And that's exactly what I was saying earlier when I mentioned like the slippery slopes and why we need to be vocal about that stuff. And like it started as, oh well, you don't have to buy it, early access. If you don't care about the early access, you don't have to buy it, right? But then it gets worse and worse all the time, and you know. What's up, Glegor? How's the day so far? It's all right. Bit of a migraine, that sucks. I'm a little annoyed, but you know, surviving. Up to gel. What's my level? 49. Yeah, it's just hidden by my camera, but yeah, 49. Like right now I'm trying to think, Shepard, it's funny because I'm trying to think what's the next evolution of that. Like how do you push this thing to make it even more profitable and manipulative? What's up, Xavier? Xavier, sorry. Xavier? Oh, Xavier. Like Xavier, yeah, my bad. Both sides share part of responsibility of making things better. I think, yeah, I think there's definitely some truth there. I do think it's easier for, you know, the publishers to just be more ethical than it is for humans to not be preyed on. But, and again, I want to make it clear that I'm not judging any individual. If you pre-order for whatever reason, if it's because you want to play 2 days earlier, if it's because you want to save money, you want to preload the game, whatever your reasons for pre-ordering, I don't give a shit. You spend your money however you want on the things you like. That's awesome. It's about like the systemic nature of it, right? But require subscription starting at the beginning of development, force the consumer to pay for all development. Oh, you mean Star Citizen? Oh, Glegor, that's it. That's the thing. Oh my god, you make some items in the game only available during the early access period. You need to play to get them, and you can only get them, and they're you know, like a good 10 hour of gameplay to get there, because you want to boost those numbers in the first few days, right? Like the game release was awesome. There were that many players playing, you know, and then you only get an item that you can get in early access. That is the whole thing. Also throughout the year, yeah, but that's what they do already. Like, that's already a thing, like Monster Hunter and all that, right? They do that, like events where you can get items and all the game passes and all that. That's exactly what it is. But doing it only during early access period, that is fucking vile, and I love it. That's the key right there. I would delete this one just to make sure no executive hears that. Fuck that. If any executive hears that, I am ready to get hired. I will even do writing work for you for free. In exchange for, you know, like, me getting a percentage of that idea we just mentioned. I'm selling out. I don't give a shit. After all that talk about ethical stances, I don't care. I want my bag and I want out. Hey, listen. I'm gonna be honest there. If we can have that idea as the consumers in a Twitch chat, they've had that idea 1 year ago. They're just waiting for the right time to pull the trigger. They're waiting for the water to be warm enough. It needs to slowly increase, right? We're a bunch of frogs in a bucket and the water's getting warmer all the time. It is exactly what we are. Pre-order exclusive stuff is already there. I mean, yeah, I mean, but combining the two though, that's the fucking genius move. Because it's not just you can pre-order and forget about it. You need to pre-order not only the deluxe edition, so you make sure to have your, and you know, then you, oh man, there's different levels to this. The pre-order gets you some exclusive items, but then if you pre-order like the super deluxe edition, you get early access 2 days in advance, and then you can play the game for a bunch of hours, do certain missions, and they give you special rewards only available during that period of time. Because then you can flaunt to your investors, like, look at this. Even before the game came out officially, we had that many thousand players on Steam. Invest in our next fucking piece of garbage game. It's gonna make you a shit ton of money. Hell yeah. You have to play 12 hours straight. I mean, that's kind of the principle. Like, that's kind of the system that they do with drops right now, right? Indirectly, you watch like streams that promote a specific game and you get items, exclusive items for it. You know, let's not fool ourselves thinking that those drops are an actual reward for the player. The only reason is that it boosts the numbers on your streamers that promote your game. And then your game gets more visibility on platforms and more people ultimately buy it, right? If something is free, that's what they always say, right? If something is free, you are the product. Of course it's pretty obvious, but some people, trust me, Shepard, some people do not see it. They just think they're getting something for free and they're like, oh, it's awesome, they're so generous. I'd give absurd promotions for streaming the game early rather than just playing it. I don't know. I wonder. Yeah. I think an aspect there is maybe then it becomes harder to control if everyone just gets onto it and streams. Like, because sometimes like for bigger game releases, they ask like during the early access period, they can't like go past a certain point of the story, or they can't show this or that, right? To sort of control the stuff that gets out, to make sure that the people are not seeing it and they're like, I've had my fill, I don't need to buy the game now, right? So I feel like the more you open those gates, the less control you have over what's being seen by people. But I don't know. I'm sure it's a complex system that they study very closely, and they know exactly how to use it to make the most money, right? They literally have dudes, like finance experts, spending their entire day thinking of how to maximize that sort of stuff. So it's foolish of, for us to think that we can know that better than them. Don't need promotions for that. Doom Dark Ages is the second most popular game on Twitch right now. Well, I mean, every game every big game, popular game that releases is usually top 5 on Twitch for at least the day of release, right? Which is today. I think Doom releases today, right? Or we're still in early access somehow. Whatever that means anymore these days. Hey, honestly, like I said earlier, I was watching Doom yesterday a little bit. I thought it was okay. It looked like, the continuation of 2016 and Eternal. Sorry about that. Yeah. It feels weird to see a Doom game with a shield and parries. That I will agree with that, but it still feels like the same DNA. Not my Doom. Hashtag not my Doom. I miss old school Doom, guys. I grew up playing that shit. Several streams are sponsored. Yeah. Either sponsored or at the very least being given a key for free, right? Which a lot of like streamers want to jump on that to, streaming loses sales conversation is interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there has to be a sort of diminishing returns point, right, Glegor? I don't know exactly how, like, I wouldn't even know how to begin calculating something like that, of course. But there has to be a diminishing return point. Very game dependent, probably, yeah. Yeah, I mean, for an online game, it probably matters less. But for, like, a story game, you could reach a point where like a streamer would show enough of the story that the players are like, I guess I don't need to play it. Especially like shorter story games. I don't know. If your game is a buggy, boring mess, watching the stream will certainly diminish sales. Yeah. And again, another connecting back to my point about pre-orders, right? That's why you don't want to pre-order shit. Because otherwise you've already played into the machine. Even if you cancel or refund your game later, you already played into the machine of that previous financial quarter being that high because of all the pre-orders and whatever, right? And it's not going to matter for the next one because the next release announced game is going to start pre-ordering, and so does the machine keep rolling and crushing consumers, Anyway, I'm getting off my soapbox. I want to actually play Elden Ring. Leggings fashioned from bristly pelts, worn by ancestral follower warriors. The ancestral followers keep their distance from the Erdtree, awaiting new buds. Okay, so that's the same as the horns, right? Yeah. Cool. The jawbone axe. Axe made from a herbivore's skull. Weapon of the ancestral followers who disdain metal. Oh, that's interesting. They do not like metal. The axe is more of a bludgeon and forgoes a bladed edge. Instead uses the beast's molar teeth to buffet foes. Buffet foes. That's an interesting verb. Dealing strike damage. Like, I understand what it means thanks to context clues, but I've never heard that expression before. Buffeting a foe. It's kind of cool. Yeah, for sure, Tixar. Buffet. Yeah, maybe I'm pronouncing it the French way a little bit, because it's a French word. Well, I mean, it's also a word in French, I should say. I don't know what the origin of the word is. One of the only games I pre-ordered, preloaded, and paid on launch was Portal 2. Yeah. It was a different time, though, Maxos. I think, you know... It was definitely a different time. Whoa! Sorry about that, son. I think $10 misclicked. How are you doing today? I was like, holy shit, what did he say? But I figured it was a misclick immediately because of, you know. I mean, you've been nothing but a great chatter in the past few streams you've been there, so I would have been very surprised if you crossed the line that fast. Because you usually don't ban unless, you know, like proper like hateful shit or bots, but yeah. I think it's because he knew I was about to say that's a jawsome axe. You know what, $10? I think your instinct was correct. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. No! Sun Sirius now has 2 bans on his, you know, official record. You have 2 bans on your permanent record, Sun Sirius. Cyrus? I don't know. Cyrus, I guess. Yeah, one of these days, like, years down the line, someone's gonna, like, we're gonna click on Sun Cyrus's profile and we'll be like, wait, that dude was banned twice. How did that happen? And we won't remember what the origin of this was. What's up, Rudra Flame? How are you doing today? Warren, welcome in. Thank you for gifting a sub to Sun Cyrus. 537 total. Thank you so very much. Sun Cyrus, you will be remembered. Thank you. Buffeting is a technical term in aviation. But, okay, is it like buffet, right? Like a buffet. All-you-can-eat buffet. It's like that girl. Have you seen that video of that drunk girl that wants to open a buffet? If she gets the money for it. That video is so funny. Also, that girl's probably my spirit animal. I really felt every word she was saying when she was very intense about that, you know, all-you-can-eat buffet. What's up, Slide? How are you doing today? Boomsticker, good to see you. Also, she looks like a young Olivia Munn for some reason, which, you know, it's not a bad thing. Olivia Munn, who I saw recently, I don't know if I mentioned it, but I saw her recently in New Girl. I had no idea she had a small role in that show. I remember having a big crush on Olivia Munn back in the G4 days, right? I'm sure you guys remember. So those of you who were alive and watching. Who didn't? Yeah, I know, right? New Girl's a fun show. Yeah, I'm in season. I haven't watched in a few days right now because I've been busy with Expedition 33 and Tekken. But yeah, I'm in season 4, I think. Psylocke, right? I don't know. Has she played the superhero thing? I'm not watching superheroes movies very much, so I may have missed it. Buffet when it applies to food. Buffet when it applies to attacking. Okay. Some slide, by the way. Yeah, ducking bans. You're good. $10 is on a rampage today, but we're keeping him under control. But yeah, that's a cool... I love the concept of that weapon. Of it being a jawbone. Interesting that they don't like metal, though. That's an interesting little detail. I wonder if it's... I wonder what the reason is behind their hatred of metal. Let's think about that a bit more later. Hold on. Rock formed from solidified giant ant venom. Highly acidic. Material used for crafting items. Found near Ansel River and other places where giant ants live. I found it on the cliff. Am I gonna fight giant ants? Also, maybe is that an... I don't know. Because they mentioned Ansel River. Is up there maybe an access to that river somehow? Dappled cured meat. Rainbow meat. Cured strip of meat dried out after pickling and a dappled medicinal solution. Boosts immunity, robustness, and focus. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. So I'm guessing I'm gonna go back up there because I kind of want my souls back, even though I would keep exploring down there, but I'm really worried about just getting killed. So I guess we're going back there. And we'll make our way down from up there. And Is this Australia? Yeah, maybe so. I mean, there's upside down stuff. Look at the upside down towers. It is Australia! Oh my god. Listen, I've lived in Australia for 2 months. I can't say it looked very much like this, but... Okay, so those ancestral followers do not like metal. They use stone a lot. They use, like, animal stuff and nature stuff. Which, again, seems to confirm to me that this is not the original sort of structures you would find down there. Because this has clearly metal on it. You can see, like, golden sort of pieces on those towers and everything. So, like, this seems to confirm that there's 2 different civilizations that built down there. This one and this one. This one seems more modern, more recent. And this is like the old stuff, right? I wonder if I'll ever get to really understand the history of what happened down there. Hopefully I will. Hopefully we'll be able to piece it together, at least some of it. Okay, there's one there. So that, I think that's it. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we already have 4, I think. So that would complete the pyre lighting thing. Because I'm pretty sure there was 8 on the temple at the beginning. Okay, so you know what? Okay, I'm gonna go back down and we'll keep exploring the lower area and then we'll come back up there. I think that makes more sense. I kind of feel like I need to be structured there. Because if I keep exploring up there and then like going back to the bottom, it's gonna be all disorganized. I don't like that. Do the women glow and men plunder? Oh, that's what's the guy? What's the band's name? Men at Work or something? Is that it? Men at Work, yeah, okay. I remember that song. I come from a land down under. Dan M. Giggle. Will someone gift a sub to McSauce? He's clearly baiting for it. I got you, McSauce. I got you. This feels... This feels ethically debatable as a practice. But... Okay, I think it's kind of funny that everyone got one except him. You know you can target people, right? I'm sure you know person, but it's really funny. I love it. Thank you, person, for gifting 5 gifting 5 subs to the channel. 106 total. Svorkin, Marique, Dave Muse, Studio Gimli. That's a great fucking name. Studio Gimli. Love it. And Juspo. You will all be remembered. Studio Gimli, if you're in chat right now, please speak up. I want to personally tell you that I love your name. I do, but it was funnier. I agree. I commend you for it. Do rocks have secret rooms when you hit them? I don't know. I haven't found one yet, Rudra. No one answer that, please. But in previous Souls games, you would sometimes hit a wall and it would open up a secret area, right? So I'm just trying, you know, until I find one or the game ends, whichever comes first. Yo, Rian King, thank you for gifting a sub to Max Sauce. Appreciate you. 2 total gifted subs, Rian King. Thank you. That's how it starts, man. Should be careful. And Max Sauce, you will be remembered. Thank you, guys. I appreciate the support. I know we're joking, but nobody should feel forced to, you know, gift subs or anything. We're just messing around. See, that's what I mean. That's what I meant earlier. I could choose to be more ethical and not do that kind of stuff. But psychologically, it just works. It's terrible. Sometimes you just sometimes you just have to ask for support, and people give it to you. It's crazy. All my targeted subs have been jokes, like gifting to official David Cage during the Cageathon. You haven't gifted one to Miyazaki, right? I just winked very obviously in case you weren't watching. That's how communities work, yeah. I guess so. It's just very weird to me. I'm not someone who's used to ask for support. I'm very bad at doing that. And listen, that's something I'm working on. And I've made a lot of progress in the past few years on that, in fact. But I'm someone who's always been pretty bad at putting my needs first and asking for the shit I want or expressing the shit I want or need, right? I've always been better at providing than I am at receiving, which has led to a lot of problems. You know? Have we actually found anything here, or does this place just exist? No, we found a few things already. We know it's those are probably the ruins of the Eternal City we've heard about already. Like on the surface, there were mentions of it. We know they've sent like companies of slaves to investigate on it and find some stuff down there. There's ancient followers, you know, that are worshipping something, maybe nature, maybe some weird god that lives in there or something, I don't know. There was an ancient dynasty down there, which I'm not sure if it's related to those ruins or those more modern ruins. There's clearly two different like civilizations at play there. So yeah, I don't know, we're slowly building an understanding of this place is. Yeah. Slowly but surely. So I guess that's my way down, but it's a one-way ticket too. Interesting. So the only way to get up there, unless there's one way on the other side, and I haven't found it, there seems to be like only one way to get up, and it's through the teleporter. And the way down is a one-way ticket too. Which I will use right now. We'll be back up there, but I want to finish sort of exploring the lower area first. Yeah, the look of this area is amazing. I've mentioned that extensively yesterday, but like the Greco-Roman inspired like columns and architecture is amazing. And then you got this more like Anorlando-esque, more modern architecture. That's pretty cool too. But I'm really fond of the Greco-Roman stuff. You know? That's what really gets me going under there. And like the colors look fucking rad. Yeah, love it. Whew. Ooh, I'm yawning. Sorry, guys. How's everyone doing today? What's good? What have you guys been playing? Watching? Listening to? Let's have a conversation that's not steeped in my hatred for capitalism for once. I don't know anyone who didn't love this area. Yeah, it's a really it's a really cool area. I'm enjoying it for sure. We'll see how I feel about the enemies more going forward. I'm a little annoyed at the electric balls, but it's not a huge deal. Playing Cyberpunk 2077, listening to the audiobook of the Pale King. Hell yeah, working on a dissertation. Beautiful. Love that. Got my new PC again. Oh shit, yeah, did you finally fix your GPU issue? Well, did you get a new one, or what was the deal there? Did they send you like a whole new PC? Because I'm assuming the burning GPU probably damaged other parts of the older one, right? Made it completely new. Yeah, that makes sense. Good customer service, at least. At the same time. Hey, I mean, depending on what you do in Cyberpunk, if you're just like going around doing like random side stuff, you could see listening to an audiobook doing it. What's up, algorithm? How are you doing today? Playing RE8, watching Severance, listening to post-metal, not at the same time. Yeah, I've been listening to a lot of Amun-Ra again lately, because after the show I was, I was really excited to listen to more of, like, more of them all the time. So. Okay, so that eventually leads back, and then we can finish investigating all this, but I do want to see if maybe there's a way up from here, like an elevator or some kind. It's so intriguing. Yeah, of course, Shepard. I wouldn't trust like the computer after that happened. I would need a brand new, whole thing to feel good and reassured. Playing Elden Ring, started last week, first From Software experience. Do I have to play other Souls games to understand the whole lore? No. So it's a completely separate entry, right? Like the Elden Ring lore isn't directly connected to the other From Software stuff, so you can play it as a standalone game for sure. I will say though, playing the other ones helps you sort of understand the general way, like a thing From Software does is they reuse a lot of themes, right? They go over the same themes and the same sort of concepts a lot in all of their games, and they sort of reiterate on them, and they so having played the other From Software games helps you sort of piece things together a little more easily, because like you understand the way they do theme and the way they bring their concepts together, and so sometimes it can help you make a little bit more sense of things if you've played the previous ones. But you'll get to have the opposite experience. You'll play Elden Ring first, and then you'll go back to Dark Souls maybe, and you'll understand Dark Souls more easily thanks to Elden Ring, right? So it doesn't matter. One way or another, you're gonna play a game that you're gonna understand less at first, I guess. But yeah. What's up, Clayhan? Why do I love Patches? Yeah. Listen, Patches is that guy that always you know he's gonna trick you, but you let him trick you, right? That's my relationship with Patches at this point. The only time I was actually mad at Patches was in Demon Souls, the first time Patches kicked me down a fucking hole. I was like, oh my god, I hate that character, and I killed him as soon as I could. But after that, after Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, and all that, it's, I have this relationship with Patches where I'm like, I know he's gonna trick me, and I'm waiting for it. And every time he does, I'm like, ah, you old rascal. It's kind of that relationship, right? You let yourself get tricked because it's the relationship you've established with him. Patches, you old rascal, Oh shit, there's a whole... Oh my god, there's a whole thing down there. See? That's fucking cool. I love that. Like a little ledge like this, and you explore, and then you find a whole little thing. Patches is the AAA developer whose game you always buy. I don't know. Patches is that toxic partner you've had in your past that you know is gonna, you know, ghost you for another year after you have sex with them again, but they're so great in bed you just go anyway. And then, you know, they ignore you for a year, they pretend you never existed because they're avoidant or whatever. But you're okay with it. It's like, whatever, that's the deal, right? Don't stick your dick in crazy. I don't know, man. Listen. I have some really good memories of sticking my dick in crazy, I will say. And you know what? There's been some heartache coming with it, but the memories... At this point in my life, the heartache is gone. The memories remain. Some of them, you know, in video form. I should not keep talking about that. But... New Daniel lore unlocked? Oh, that's not very secret lore, I don't think. And I wasn't the one to initiate it, by the way. Just to make it clear. I'm not the one to initiate the filming stuff. It's... you know. And not that I think that filming yourself while having sex is crazy, by the way. I just want to make that clear. That you know, I think it's totally fine if you're doing it consensually and respectfully. It was just, you know, I just meant that as, you know, like the memories remain. You're the one who kept it? Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. You know, listen. Okay, real talk. I've had some exes, you know, like in my younger days where we would film stuff just to have fun. And I've deleted that shit. Because, you know, those were like real relationships, serious stuff. And you kind of want to, you know, you kind of move on and you delete that shit, right? But I've also had, you know, less meaningful relationships that were more about the you know, the crazy fun sex and, you know, that they've initiated some filming and whatever, and I don't have any particular emotional, you know, issues with those situations, so I didn't delete them. It's not like I'm watching them very regularly, you know, or anything, but they exist. Talk slower, I'm building a case. I don't think my experiences are very unique based on my, you know, conversations with other people. That hurt my heart, but it made my dick feel good. Lamenting after heartbreak on some sleepless night. I've never said that, Rian King. Those words never came out of my mouth. But I do agree with the spirit of it. Wait, is that... Oh, man, I'm almost disappointed. I was expecting for a bigger sort of side area there. Oh, well. It's okay. In retrospect, I was almost certainly the crazy ex at least once, probably all the times. I'm actually thinking about that. Like, was I ever the crazy ex? I don't know. Ew. We found another rune arc. But we do not have any great runes, so we can't use them. Well, I mean, it wouldn't do anything. I prefer when it's the other way around. Why choose, though? Ideally, it, you know... Listen, the person you're meant to be with will make everything feel good. Everything you want to feel good will feel good. And I'm phrasing that way because some people don't care about sex, and that's fine. But yeah, the person you're meant to be with is gonna make you feel good in all the ways. You won't have to make a choice. So, I truly believe in that. Not always, of course. I'm not, you know, I'm not delusional to the point that I believe every the right relationship will be perfect all the time, but, you know, there should be like some fundamental baseline happiness into it, I guess. At a weight's a net positive, you'll grow from it. Yeah, I mean, it kind of connects to the conversation we were having yesterday, right? I do think there's a possibility. I won't, as a person, I feel like I need to live space for potentially some relationships to be a net negative, even if I grow from them. I think there can be situations in your life that are more destructive than they will be opportunities for growth, even after the fact, right? I definitely think that this can be a thing. Also, I'm just trying to check if there's an item maybe there. So, I am terrified of what I'm doing right now. But yeah, typically you're gonna try to, even the worst of relationships, you're gonna try to make them teachable moments. Okay, low-key, I did not expect there to be an item there. I wanted to check, but I seriously didn't expect it to be. That's kind of cool. Oh, well. Oh, you know what? I'm not mad. Stone sword keys, pretty good. It's better than a dick leaf, for sure. Almost as good as the secret wall. No, but the reason why I stopped expecting it is because this feels very janky, the way you just go around that, right? It almost feels like, oh yeah, you're just not supposed to be there. Which is one of the things that I really like about Elden Ring's exploration. Sometimes it feels you don't know if you're supposed to be there or not. They've really skirted the line between it feels like a place you should be able to explore, and it feels like a place that you're almost glitching your way to. Like, you know, feels like old school World of Warcraft exploration, when you were just like jumping on the environment to get to places you weren't supposed to. I love that. How are you today, JR? Are any relationships perfect? I don't think so, right? At least from my experience, I don't think any relationship can be perfect. I don't think perfection exists because humans will always be flawed. That's what makes us interesting. And two imperfect beings cannot make a perfect combination. I don't think that's a thing. I don't know. I do feel like I need to keep my my mind open to the idea that maybe some people have experienced perfect relationships. I don't know. I feel like there's some subjectivity there, right? Maybe maybe there's things you can just ignore and they don't matter to you, and then it means it's not diminishing the perfection of your relationship. I don't know. But I don't personally believe in it, but other people have different experience than I do, you know. I can't pretend that I understand everything. What's up, Batunga? They stole the exploration idea from Breath of the Wild? What does that mean? Did From Software directly mention that they took inspiration from Breath of the Wild for their exploration? Or... I'm not sure what you mean. It's like, you know, Breath of the Wild didn't invent exploration. Yes. Oh yeah. Was that like an interview or something? Like I'm curious. Did they use the word steal? What's up, Goose? Did you mention that you walk around the map and somehow end up where you're supposed to end? No. That's not what I said. I think it's supposed to be a joke. I don't know. I'm confused. Maybe listen, English is not my first language. Sometimes I need a, you know, I need a big sign that says this is a joke. Ugh! Not still, but got inspiration from? Oh, I mean, yeah, I could definitely believe that From Software, when they were making their open world game. Ah! Fucking asshole. Took inspiration from one of the most popular, best-selling open world exploration game that released a bit before it, right? I can believe that. Yeah. I don't know if you like if it was in an interview or, you know, I don't know where you get that information from, is all. But I think, like, to me it feels fundamentally different, which is why I don't think that specific thing I was talking about is part of the same equation, I guess. Like in Zelda Breath of the Wild, you can literally go anywhere however you want because you can climb everywhere, right? You can climb on anything, pretty much. So you just go all around and it's sort of like free-form exploration. Elden Ring feels a lot more rigid in that sense, right? And so sometimes, like the little part I was exploring there, you're not really sure if you're supposed to be able to go there. Because like you're sort of janking around the corner and your character is half in, you know, the half on the platform, half in the you know, like 1 foot over nothing, 1 foot on the platform, and you're like, okay, this doesn't feel like I'm supposed to be able, like I'm not supposed to explore this. It's not the way it's designed. And then you still find an item, which means, well, they thought about someone exploring this. So that's kind of cool. Yeah. Which to me reminds, like, I was mentioning, like, the WoW comparison, because back in vanilla WoW, we would explore places we weren't supposed to go by just, like, sort of janking on the environment and jumping and kind of, you know, almost glitching through in a way. And then we would get to places that we weren't supposed to be. And I thought that was pretty cool. Which, in WoW, led to absolutely no reward except doing it, right? Because it wasn't designed to be explorable. But in this game, you just kind of jank your way around and suddenly you find an item. And it's like, hey, cool. That stomping is very ominous. I'm playing on PC. Rodra. Played every From Software after DS3. Elden Ring's the best about exploring, feeling you're lost in an incredibly large world. Yeah. I agree with, you know, like the dark, dangerous, and has beauty. I'm always feeling two ways about it, in the sense that I think I prefer the old school Souls exploration, like the more sort of contained areas and like sort of complex level design rather than big open spaces that sometimes can feel a little bit emptier. But I think, listen, so far I think Elden Ring strikes a good balance. There are places where it feels like a big open space that isn't too interesting. Two spots in Limgrave or whatever, or in Caelid that I've seen. You know, like an area like this one didn't feel particularly interesting to explore, for instance. This part of the Weeping Peninsula, but then you have those little moments of like more contained areas, like the little dungeons or the castles, right? Like the castles were really cool to explore. So there's like a good balance, I think, between those two things, and it kind of creates an interesting rhythm to the game, where you go from those big areas and then those smaller, more carefully designed areas. So yeah, I like the contrast. Yeah, I would agree. Exploring Mount Hyjal before it was an actual zone was cool. Yeah, hell yeah. Seeing the carcass of I still don't know if it's Archimond or Sargeras, but yeah, that part was really fucking cool. For sure. Archimond, yeah. Visible walls, buildings, other things essentially functioning like invisible walls. Right. Yeah, I mean, Elden Ring, like, so far, the real walls are cliffs and oceans, right? That's pretty much it. Everything else is kind of free for the exploration. These guys are having a very relaxed rave session. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. It's kind of like... I'm really intrigued by this behavior. It seems like a ritual of some kind, like a, you know... But I'm not sure what they're praying. Like, they're looking at this building. Are they threatening civilization that's coming down? Fighting of the spirits of this invading architectural thing? I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on here yet. Yeah, Rudra. Yeah, I love taking things slow and just exploring every detail. Not everyone's cup of tea. I understand that, but that's the way I like playing games. If you enjoy like the slow, meticulous exploration, I'm your guy. I do that in every game when possible. Oh yeah, Clay, careful. I don't know what you said, but careful with giving any information about the game. We have pretty strict rules around here. But no worries about getting deleted. Everyone gets deleted around here. It's like a rite of passage. Probably some ways to go before it feels as free as the new Zeldas. Yeah, I don't... I personally didn't vibe with the new Zeldas very much, so I've only played the tutorial area of Breath of the Wild, and then as soon as I got to the open world, I was like, you know what, I've had my fill for now, and I never returned to it. I feel I don't know if it's I don't know if maybe there's something with me about being too free in a game. Too much freedom, sort of... I kind of like restrictions and constraints. I don't know. I feel like it tailors a better exploration experience. Like the devs can influence the way you're exploring an area in ways that can be meaningful, like emotionally, or, you know. Whereas if it's pure free-form exploration, I often feel that as a consequence of that, nothing really feels as carefully crafted from like a, you know, either narrative or emotional point, right? It feels too Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense, but yeah, make your own fun can get dull. What's your top exploration game you've played so far? Outer Wilds. And I'm not going to say any more about it, because I don't want to spoil anything about that game. But Outer Wilds is the best exploration I've ever had in a game. Hands down. I'm trying to think of other examples, but nothing even comes close, I don't think. Okay. I don't know if I want to kill those enemies on the way. I mean, I should kill them, but I just kind of want to get my souls first. But I don't know if I can pass without getting spotted. Whew, okay, I guess I'm better at stealthing than I thought. Or they're too busy doing their... Oh! Hold on! Oh, never mind. I'm pretty sure that's the one teleporter we already took once. I don't remember the stomping though when I was there last time. That's the teleporter I took. That's... I'm not sure. Is it? I think it is. But yeah, what's another great exploration game I played that I could put in the same category as Outer Wilds? Nothing, I think. Yeah. Oh, Subnautica. Subnautica was pretty damn good too. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, Subnautica also goes top of the line in terms of exploration. No problem. I didn't think it was a problem because I didn't give specific info. I wouldn't like to spoil anything for you. Yeah, no, for sure. I guess the mods prefer to be like careful rather than, you know. Unfortunately, Clay, I'm sometimes really good at deducing things from like minimal information. So, but yeah, also I really want to know as little as I can. Not like to have. I'm sure you understand. Like have no expectations whatsoever about any of the games and the content, right? Yeah, no, Subnautica was great, for sure. Outer Wilds was better, exploration-wise, for sure. Okay, I need to confirm that this is indeed the same teleporter. If it is, I'm gonna be able to teleport back. But I don't remember. Also, probably a good idea to... Yep, it is. Okay. I'm gonna put a flag to indicate that there's a teleporter here. Yeah, Philanor, I feel like I vibe with that perception. But again, I think Elden Ring so far is doing good at balancing both things, right? You've got your open world sort of exploration, you've got your contained dungeons and like castles, and I think that's pretty cool. Also didn't know you can remove other people's hints in Elden Ring, keeps the surprise element. Yeah, I think the only way to do that is to play offline, unfortunately. So like if you enjoyed like the invasion aspect, unfortunately you have to give up on that. But I personally don't care for invasions, so I would rather not have the experience spoiled by messages. But again, very personal thing. I know a lot of people really enjoy the messages as part of the whole thing, which I get. It can be really fun. Okay, so we have a pyre here. Okay, first thing I want to grab my souls and then we'll fight things. The messages can be kind of nice. Yeah. I think for me the trade-off's definitely not worth it, but most messages are trolls anyway. I also don't like just seeing stuff on the ground everywhere. It kind of breaks my immersion, but that's another thing, apparently. Alright, cool. We have our souls back. More harm than good. Yeah, for me, for sure. Yeah. But, you know. Subjectivity, opinions, and all that. That's definitely not something that everyone's gonna agree on, for sure. Oh my god, dude. This is a lot of rats. It's overwhelming. Oh, that's bullshit. Oh, that's bullshit too. Okay. Whew. Strength in numbers. Jesus. Beware left and getting attacked from the right makes me sigh in a very special way. Yeah, see, that's the kind of relationship I have with patches. So I get it. I understand why that's appealing to some people. I don't understand PvP in a game like this. The fights feel like it matters not who wins. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I remember my only experience with From Software and PvP was Demon Souls, actually. I played Demon Souls online, and the invasions were some of the most fun I've had in that game, believe it or not. I think there was something interesting about you can get invaded or you can invade someone and you sort of shit on their whole progression, which is very evil, but it feels like, you know, an interesting part of the loop, I guess. Obviously not one I'm very interested in anymore because I play offline, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I guess if you're someone who makes like meta invasion builds, like meta PvP builds, and you just keep invading low-level players to make them miserable, I think you're a bit of a dickhead. But hate the game, not the player, right? The game makes way for that. So yeah, I guess that's also true, Malachaz, right? At the time, nobody knew what an optimized PvP build was. So. But yeah, I don't know. In invading and killing someone in Demon Souls also made you human again, so there was a purpose there. I don't know anything about Elden Ring, obviously, in terms of like the PvP, if there's rewards for doing it or anything. I will never know because I'm not going to engage with it. But yeah. How are you, Fufox? Good to see you. Only waifu invaded when I was trying to help a homie once. Gets invaded by weirdos a lot. Wait, only waifu is the name of a Dark Souls invader? Is he like famous or something? Oh, come on. Okay, this one's praying to whatever's up there, right? Like it feels, well, not necessarily praying, but yeah, I really know what that, I don't know what that stomping behavior is. I hope I get to learn about it. All right. That's it for the two that are up there. So there's only two in the middle now anymore. Around here, I think. Alright, we haven't been further than this. We'll have to get there eventually. Should I actually check that now, probably? Yeah, you know what? I probably should check that now. No, you know what? No, because if I take the elevator and it brings me to the surface, I need to actually, like, properly investigate. The YouTuber that regularly invades player uses specific builds when doing it? Alright. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have much of an opinion on PvP in Elden Ring. I'll never engage with it. Any latency whatsoever makes me default to blame it, and I hate that in fighting games. Yeah, but the latency, like for instance, in a Soul, like the latency in Souls games seems really bad. Like I've been watching people play. Ugh. No! Oh, okay. I thought it was gonna fall down like old school lizards. If this was Demon Souls or Dark Souls, that lizard, that thing would have been gone. No reward. I'm very grateful. I feel like the netcode in those games is really bad, as opposed to like modern fighting games have really good netcode these days. So, what did the deletable information? Was the deletable information about PvP there, Thorlo? If it's strictly about PvP, I'm gonna click on it and read it because I don't care. I'm not gonna engage with it. Just rewards for PvP. Okay, so I'm gonna click on your message, Jespo, because I don't care. I'm literally not gonna engage with it, so it doesn't matter. I get that this game is something you want to share with others. I'm unsure to play alone. Co-op is nice. PvP seems pointless. You get rune arcs for winning. Okay, interesting. Something's off about feeling... It's pretty much... Well, it's kind of the same as like older Souls then. You get what allows you to become human again, which in this game, you don't become human, but like you get specific boosts in HP or whatever because of rune arcs. So it's kind of the same iteration on a same concept. Something's off about feeling good to bash other players. I feel like the core of this game is to learn the boss mechanics, learn to master beating them, create builds for the bosses, not other players. I think it can be both, right? Like, and don't get me wrong, Jespo, I agree with you. Like, I play for the same reasons you do, right? I'm interested in the single player experience. I'm interested in the exploration, the bosses and all that. I'm not interested in the PvP. But I think it's part of it. It's designed to be part of it. There's PvP-centric mechanics. It's always been there in those games. So I guess we have to accept that other people want to play the game differently than us, right? Now, obviously, again, like I said, like, someone making meta builds just to invade people in, like, low-level areas and, like, specifically try to target new players, that's some shitty-ass behavior. The game allows for it, so I feel I'm having troubles fully blaming the player only, but yeah, it's a bit of a shitty behavior. But I consider that the same as, say, smurfing in a fighting game, right? Which is also, like, kind of, you know, it's weak shit behavior, right? Just fight people of your level. There are some safeguards, yeah. Well, that's good. That's good. If there are safeguards for levels and all that, that's good. But I guess a difference to fighting games would be that fighting games, the safeguard is like the matchmaking, the sort of like the actual level of the player, right? The skill level, sorry, of the player. In a game like this, if the safeguards are like the character level, it doesn't make you a good player. So I guess that's also an issue, right? I don't know. I don't think Elden Ring tracks your win losses in PvP and gives you an MMR based on that, right? I don't think that's a thing. What's up, Raging? What's up, Round Rodent? That's a cool name. Like playing Smash online. Doesn't Smash... I'm not sure about like the Nintendo one, but I think like Melee, they have like an emulated version that has like insane netcode. Like actual insane netcode. But yeah, I'm not sure about modern Smash. I used to never play PvP, but it can be fun, especially if you're playing against friends. But like, I know, for instance, like someone like Peeve, right? Peeve, most of his content is PvP stuff. And Elden Ring's his biggest game. And as far as I know, I don't watch him very often, but as far as I know, the only thing he does in Elden Ring is invade people all day. And he tries to make up interesting builds or fun builds or whatever, and then he just invades people. Sounds fun to me, you know? It's one of those things where it has to suck to be on the receiving end of it a whole lot, but ultimately, you can play offline. The option exists. So you can avoid that if you don't want to. Do I think the online settings should be a little more granular? Allow to have the messages if you want that, but not the PvP? Want the co-op stuff, but not the invasions? Maybe. I don't know. There's an argument to be made for that. Like, allow people to customize their experience a bit more. But, I don't know. What's up, Gotra? How are you doing today? Right, Fishboy, yeah. But that does nothing for skill level, right? That's the problem. You cannot invade a player that does not co-op. That's an Elden Ring specific thing, right? You have to be co-oping for people to invade you. So it's pretty much always 1v2 or 1v3. Okay. It's an interesting way of doing it. Quality, affinity, and square of. The skill starts with the sword held level. Follow up with a normal attack to slash upwards through the enemy's guard, or a strong attack to perform a running thrust. Usable on straight swords. Ooh. Most people Peeve invades are meta build gang squads that lure in invaders, yeah. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I guess the point where I definitely agree with Juspo is, if you're a dude who only invades lower level players, like you're seeking newer players and you just want to be a nuisance, you're no better than a smurf in a fighting game. Like, that really just tries to beat up newer players. That's weak shit behavior, and I think it sucks. It's unfortunately hard to prevent in a game, right? Like, you could imagine making systems to prevent that, but it would always hurt normal players in a way or another. So. Yeah, it's part of online gaming. I think we just have to accept it. There's gonna be people that are gonna be assholes, and that's it. Square off makes me feel like Ned Stark. Nice. Nice. Whee! Oh, Jesus! People are always going to figure out how to abuse systems to be assholes. Yes, that's the one constant in gaming. You can always count on that, for sure. At the end of the day, I'll take a smurf over a cheater. Like an actual cheater. Which is surprisingly frequent in fighting games, somehow. A lot more than you would think. Elon's the #1 Diablo player. I mean, he's been all about like PoE 2 recently, right? Hasn't there been like a horde of evidence about how it was not possible that it was him playing the game, and like the few times where it actually showed himself playing, he's like legitimately ass at the game. That dude's ego is so... Oh, okay, my heart right now. Look at this. The ancestral followers just collecting, like foraging for food, and all the little, you know, rodents are looking at him and just... This is like a Disney moment in Elden Ring. This is as close as Disney as you will find in Elden Ring. Time for a fire pot. Okay. And you were talking about evil people. Juspo. He's just a regular guy, yeah. Just a Disney princess. And then harvest their bones, yep. What's up, Theogrim? Yeah, Disney princess. But yeah, it's crazy that his ego is that big that he needs to pretend that he's actually the best player in Path of Exile 2. And then tries to prove that he's good at the game by playing on stream, and then completely sucks, and then tries to pretend that, you know, like finds excuses for it. Oh man. The combination of ego and endless money is not... doesn't make for a great person, I will say that. Ashes of War are new for Elden Ring? Yeah. Previously you would go to the blacksmith and you could forge your weapon in like a specific way, like to scale with a specific attribute that you would want. It was a lot less flexible than Elden Ring seems to be. He ended it by saying connection lost, yeah. I mean, there's an argument, okay, this part, there's an argument to be made that he was on a plane using Starlink. I think it's possible. The funny part about it is, Starlink is his baby, right? I think admitting publicly that his internet completely sucks ass as a way to get out of looking like a bad player in PoE 2 is wild. That tells you everything you need to know about the guy in terms of his ego. Yeah, it's more important to pretend to be a god gamer rather, you know, than trying to save face for your product being good. Who is whistling? I think it's a bird. I think it's an animal, yeah. I've heard the whistling before. I think it's a bunch of animals. Dudes, it's fragility incarnate. Yeah, yeah. It does definitely seem to be. At the end of the day, he has enough money to send a horde of assassins to kill me, so... What do I know? I don't want to, you know... In fact, he has enough money to send assassins after every person who trash talks him on the internet, if he wanted. It's a lot of people. Hey, Mr. Musk, if you're if by any chance you're listening one day, like if this reaches you somehow, throw a tiny million my way, and I'll never talk badly about you ever, and I will constantly say that you're the best Path of Exile 2 player I've ever seen. My authenticity has a price. It's just very high. I really doubt that would stop you. I would find ways. I'm good with words. I would probably be able to find ways to trash talk in you know, devious ways. We never see Daniel hands. Maybe he has someone playing Elden Ring for him. Yeah, I'm not even holding a controller right now. Mr. Musk, all of these comments are satirical and not legally binding. If we ever see our beloved streamer supporting Tesla merch, we'll assume that the billionaires got to him. Yeah, there's gonna be a bright Tesla logo on the back, in the back there, and I'm gonna wear like a red T-shirt or something. I don't know, with the logo on it. Okay, this is a really cute little scene, though. I feel really bad for what I'm about to do. But I do like the idea of the pot. Wait, why can I... Oh. I was like, why can I only make 3? I have a bunch of materials. I don't have the correct pots to do it. Don't do it. Close your eyes, Malachaz. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Close your eyes. I don't think Twitch allows Nazi symbolism unless it's... Nice. Well done. It literally hit everything except the main guy. That's funny. Oh no, there's one of them alive! Listen, I need the bones. I'm sorry, I need the bones. That dude is stronger than the other one. Oh my god! Holy shit! Aw, one of them's still alive! Oh no! My heart! Little chinchilla looking thing. Frozen in fear. It's okay. I'm gonna reunite him with his friends. There you go. I am nothing but all about family. If not about all... I am nothing if not all about family. We're not separating families here. We're reuniting them. Yeah, if they didn't want to get murdered for their bones, they just shouldn't have bones. There's a path out there to be an invertebrate, right? It exists. So I'm not sure how to pronounce that word, by the way. Invertebrate? I don't know. Okay, one more. The one that's next to the fucking lightning ball. That's gonna suck. And then there's this little village here to explore. Is that it, right? Invertebrate? I leave for 10 minutes and Daniel's a Disney villain? That is what I am here. Hey, listen. Tell me Disney villains are not the coolest character in every one of those movies. Tell me. If you dare. Ah, shit! They often have the best songs. I know! Tarzan is cooler than Clayton. Sure. The exception that confirms the rule. I think 80% of Scar being a great character is just Jeremy Irons' voice. Well, in that case, yeah. But hey, he's still a cool character. He's better than Simba. Ah, fuck. The fact that those... God, I hate it. Dude. Those enemies... Those enemies are gonna make me more mad than any boss in the game. I can assure you. What's up, Cheesy? How are you doing today? Hope you're well. Nobody's better than Gaston. Gaston says so. Mm-hmm. That's true. Have you seen the Gastons, like actors in like Disney World and all that? Those dudes, like I've seen a few videos of them. Like those dudes are so committed. It's so funny. It's like wrestling, like WWE wrestling. They're just in character all the way, being like mean to kids and all that. It's so funny. Yeah, hell yeah, Cheesy. I'm doing fine. I have a bit of a migraine, but overall, I think I'm doing all right. Yeah, one-handed push-up contest with people. Yeah, those dudes are in shape too. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, it's alright, Cheesy. It's just like baseline stuff. I'm finally fixing my sleep schedule, so the migraine sort of comes with it, I guess. God, I'm so terrified of this. I don't know how to... Well, that worked. Oh my god, I've never been more scared in my life. Holy shit. Power gathers somewhere in horned remains. Oh! Power gathers in horned remains. So obviously we know what remain. We've seen those remains. What kind of power though? Am I gonna get rewarded? Like, I'm excited. I can't see shit. That seems unfair. That seems so unfair. I couldn't tell what was happening. Rip. Oh well. I was just here. Nice. Get crabbed? Yeah. Well. I am really scared of that bowl of electricity. Oh my lord. Don't get crabbed IRL? Or are you talking about like... crotch crabs or... No! Again? Oh! I can't see shit! That crab's just chill. Did you see how he just left? He was like, yeah, I'm done. Crab of the crab. Yeah, that shit's kind of hard. Especially when you can't see him... really... You can't really see what he's doing. I'm so scared every time I run past that shit. No! Oh my god, I'm so scared! Finally, Jesus! Oh. Crab eggs. Yeah, I'm gonna eat your children, you asshole. You are now the Crab King. Yep. Morbid as fuck. Is it really? I don't know. Don't you eat eggs? I don't think you put enough markers down. I removed some. This is just to indicate what I haven't explored yet. Also, what is the fucking purpose of that room? Okay, I'm calling it now. This empty room here is a teleporter's end destination. There's a teleporter somewhere in that world that just teleports you here. And you just spawn in there, in that hut. That's the only reason I can see for this place to exist. Boiled crabs, yum. I don't think I've ever had real crab. I'm not sure. What's up, night work? I've had like that fake crab, you know, that they put in sushi, you know, like cheaper sushi and stuff like that. I don't think I've ever... Oh, hi, sir. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had like real crab. I'm not sure. Maybe I have. I don't know. I went to a lot of like... there's one like pretty upscale... upscale? I don't know if that's the word. Like higher quality sushi place that I went to a few times. In like a 4-star hotel. And it was like a sushi place. And I would expect that to be maybe real crab, but yeah, I'm not sure. What's up, JC? Yeah, I've never had lobster either. I don't think I would like that very much. Come on. They gave them ladder attacks. I know. Dude, also, did you see the damage that dude did to me as he was coming down the ladder? That was almost my entire HP bar. Crazy, like, you know, crazy behavior. I don't mind imitation crab because I like crab rangoon. Nothing compared to the real thing. I don't know, man. I mean, the buff in the game. Oh, I don't know about any buff, crab buff or whatever in the game, so don't give me any information that I don't have, please. I'm sure it's like a crafting item or something, but I don't have it yet, so. I'm not a big fan of seafood. Yeah, me neither. I'm not huge on seafood. I do like fish. I do like fish in general. I like sushi. But stuff like lobster or squid or whatever, all those things, not a huge fan. Oh yeah, no, don't worry, night work. We just have pretty strict rules. It's okay. Everyone gets deleted around here. It's a rite of passage. Eel, yeah, I don't care about eel. Like, I don't like. Just the thought of eating eel does not appeal to me. I don't know. Seafood is the only food group that I am a little picky about. I'm not too fond of stuff from the sea. Anything else, I'm pretty okay. Oh well, actually, never mind. Everything that is like innards or whatever, like you know, haggis and stuff like that, you know, or trip in French. I'm not sure how you call that in English, but that stuff I'm not a huge fan either. Offal, thank you. Yeah. Organ meats, yeah. But yeah, maybe that's the thing. Maybe quasi. Maybe I've never had great seafood. I haven't tried, to be fair. So, andouillette. Yeah, not a huge fan. Not a huge fan. Okay, is this gonna lead up there? I don't know. This seems to be like an access point, right? Yeah. Ooh. Okay. Ever had uni, sea urchin? I don't think so, no. Okay, I kind of want to not... Okay, let me take a look. I do want to be like a bit more organized in my exploration, though. We still have the whole down area here to explore, and then we need to go back there. Man, this place is cool. Something about those, see those white mineral formations? Not the buildings, right? Like those white pillars there. Reminds me of Ash Lake. You know, the distant pillars you can see? I had a lot of theories about those pillars in Ash Lake. Here, it just seems to be like normal stalagmites, but yeah. It is sort of like the same aesthetic still. They do love that in From Software games. Oh shit. This is a whole thing. Those kind of trees are in all Souls games, yeah. Although, like, again, like in this case, it feels like it's more just normal stalagmites, right? Mineral formations of whatever falling from the sky and just building up. I don't know. Or a calcified tree, maybe? Yeah, it does seem like it's maybe planted in the ground, I'm not sure. Yeah, no, in Ash Lake, they're literally going all the way into the ether of the sky or whatever. Like they disappear. I remember my one of my speculation in Ash Lake, I think, was something about each of them being a world like the one you're in. Oh shit, dude. That is so cool. What is this guy doing here? Living, clearly. Was he lost? I don't know. Did he make his way down there and doesn't know how to go back? Vibin, yeah. But yeah, so my one of my theories was that every sort of tree you can see in Ash Lake is another world like the one you're in. It's like a multiverse type thing, right? Like you go down from the Great Hollow and you end up in Ash Lake, and every one of these trees was like a similar hollow that leads you to one of the parallel worlds that other players are playing in, right? Because there's all like this idea of all the parallel universe that every player is in, and you can like breach through them by invading or doing co-op stuff, right? There's that notion in Souls games, right? And so, yeah, to me it was a symbol of all the different worlds in that sort of parallel, you know, multiverse. And Ash Lake was sort of the place where they would all converge one way or another, right? That was my theory, at least when I was playing. I don't know if it has any, you know, substance to it, but I enjoyed that. Practicing in solitude. Yeah, he was just done with his kids annoying him when he just wanted to practice music. Oh my god, this is a committal jump. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure we'll find our way back, right? I just don't know if I should finish exploring before... You know what? Whatever. I'm going down. Look at me making decisions in less than an hour. Can you even recognize me anymore? I'm like a whole different man. That was fast. What was that even? Another channel link? Okay. What a weird behavior. In those cases, I'm not gonna do it because, you know, whatever. But I always want to go on the channel in question and be like, "Are you aware that some of your viewers are doing that shit?" Because if some of my viewers were doing that shit, I would love to know so I can ban them. Because that's actual fucking trash behavior, and I don't want to be associated with it. But whatever, not my problem. I don't care. Send a spy? No. I'm not sending people to hate on other channels or anything. Because that's a shitty behavior too. Butts and kids? Yeah, or honestly, I think there's an argument to be made that some people think they're actually helping. And they don't realize how bad it is because maybe they're not too familiar with Twitch or something. I like the game a lot, yeah. How many hours am I in? 88 hours, yeah. And if you want to get a sense of what I've seen so far, how do I do that? Yeah. So I haven't crossed the storm gate yet. As far as the normal progression of the game that I was sent on at the beginning, I haven't crossed the storm gate yet. We haven't been up there at all. We did like the whole Limgrave thing. I went to the Weeping Peninsula. We did all of that. That was super fun. That took us a week. That was like a week-long arc. Then I came back to Limgrave, wanted to finish up Limgrave, saw a dragon here, was scared of it, went into the ruins to hide, opened the chest, and I'm sure if you know the game, you know what happened next. Ended up all the way here, explored and finished the tunnels, decided I wasn't gonna teleport back because I have a sort of rule with myself that I'm not gonna teleport back between, like, I'm not gonna fast travel between places I haven't like physically traveled from and to, right? Unless I'm forced to, which can happen, right? But otherwise I'm gonna like embrace the adventure, right? For immersion purposes. So we kind of explored Celia a whole lot because I thought that place looked awesome. Found a few characters and shit that I still have to go back to. And then I was like, okay, now I want to go back to Limgrave. This is enough Caelid for now. Started traveling there, saw a castle on a cliff. I was like, oh, that castle looks neat. I'm just gonna go take a peek. And then I ended up spending like 4 days invading the castle and fighting the boss for like 3 days. The two double boss there. That was fun. And then finally made my way back. Didn't explore very much outside of like the immediately adjacent to the road. Grabbed the map in Dragon Barrow, that's it. Almost went to that tower there, but resisted the temptation. And yeah, made it back to here. And then instead of going through here, I went down there. So a little bit of this place. But decided, okay, I want to finish like the first area first, so went back. And as soon as we were, like, the last thing I checked was this place. That was the last thing I needed to check to complete this whole thing. And I found Patches, and his fucking chest teleported me there, which is exactly where I wanted to go. My next goal was to go and explore the Mistwood. So I was like, hey, thank you, Patches, for the shortcut. And then the first thing I did was go down the well. And, well, now we're here, as you may guess. So I still haven't explored the Mistwood, which is what I'm gonna do once we get back to the surface. I want to explore the Mistwoods. And then eventually, finally, make my way to the Stormgate and actually, you know, go on with what the game told me I was supposed to do at first, which is go to Stormvale and whatever happens there, right? And then eventually go back to Caelid and fully explore the area and Dragon Barrow and yeah, whatever's next, I don't know. But yeah, Caelid was like a 2-week-long arc. This was a week long. Yeah, I've been playing for like almost 5 weeks at this point, I think. So it's been a journey so far, and I've made 0 progress whatsoever in terms of the main sort of content, I guess. I haven't faced a single... I don't think I've faced a single main boss, like, outside of maybe the Leonine Warrior or whatever it was called. That felt like a major boss because of the quest that was involved, but I know, like, the game was very clear about the fact that I need to find rune bearers and kill them. I haven't found a single one of those, so I'm assuming, you know, that means my progress in the game has been pretty minimal. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm loving the game. I like the exploration. I like the combat. I think it's a great game. Yeah. I'm excited to see more. Oh, also, I didn't mention, we got teleported there from all the way here, I think? The Tower of Return, I think? Yeah. We got teleported all the way up there. That was an interesting moment, seeing the capital a little bit from up there. I had to teleport back there because there was no way for me to get down. So that was one of the instances where I had to teleport back. That was a nice little like preview of what's to come, I guess. There was a giant dragon carcass, which I found really cool. Um, but yeah, fun times. I'm enjoying this guy's little tune there. I don't want to interrupt him. Oh. Oh, one of these again? Okay, hold on. So this is not what I expected. I expected this to go up. But it seems like it's just going down. And then I'm back on the floor. Like this is like the river floor again. Interesting. This is so beautiful. In my mind, I sampled this dude and made a generic sick rap beat in 5 minutes. Okay, low-key, that has to exist. I'm willing to bet that someone made a rap beat with that melody. It sounds very fitting. What's up, Run? How are you doing today? Not being able to find any of the main bosses after several weeks of playtime probably means that you're extremely thorough, like check under every single rock to check nothing interesting. If nothing interesting is under it. Yeah, you have to know, right? If you don't lift every rock, how would you know? I don't like the idea of missing stuff. That's why I'm hitting walls and I'm just, you know. Now, listen. I think I have to be honest with myself. A part of it is because I'm just super fucking slow. That's also a thing. Like, we've been in this room for like 15 minutes already, right? And there's nothing to do here. But I just like vibing with that guy, right? Also, I've been dancing on my chair for the past half hour. I really need to go take a leak and open the window. So I'm gonna take a very, very short break. I'm gonna leave you guys with the, you know, with a nice little musician there, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Please, if one of the mods could... Well, actually, I'm gonna do it myself. If you guys are new around here, please join the Discord. Best way to get reliable live notifications every day if you're a sub. There's even a few channels you can use. If you're tier 2 or tier 3 subs, there's exclusive kind of channels you can get access to. But anyway... got here for window time. It's not the first window time. We've had one this year already. There was a heat wave like a couple weeks ago, but... Anyway, I'll be back in a few minutes. Opening the window, taking a leak. Don't go anywhere. Enjoy the music. Have a nice conversation in chat. Get to know each other in the chat. Like the onions and the meat in... and the beans in Kevin's chili. Okay? You get to know each other in the pot. I don't know why that reference popped into mind, but that's it. Yeah. Talk about how amazing the video games you're playing these days are, without spoilers. I'll see you guys in a minute. All right. Thank you for your patience. Socializing grows. Wow. Post 1 if you buy Night Rain. Wow, you're very lonely on this one. I'm sure more than you are. Like, I'm sure many people in this chat are gonna buy Night Rain, but I am personally not one of them. I don't think. Also, I've grabbed a snack, so you guys are gonna have to endure me snacking right now. Hell yeah, Rodra. Gotta stay on that fucking train. That is a lion, my chat, yeah. Lion bars, they're delicious. Yeah, Naz, I was thinking the other day, actually, that was my answer the other day, is this could be a game we actually play together. But I don't know. I'm waiting for a sale, probably. All right. This dude doesn't even have a fire. Well, never mind. New Helldivers content dropped today. I still haven't played that. I think I kind of want to play Helldivers at some point. I don't know. You won't be getting a free key as a content creator? I mean, I don't think I'm big enough for most, like, big game keys anyway. Not that I've tried. I also don't try. I don't know. I don't like the idea of it. I don't want the pressure to have to play a game live. Like, especially like a lot of those bigger games, they give you a key if you play it live. Right, like that's the trade. And I'm not interested in doing that at all, so. Oh no, he stopped playing. Oh, he doesn't have anything to say? Okay, I'm a little disappointed. I was hoping for more there, with a guy playing music and vibing. I was hoping him to have a little story, you know? Tell me why he's there and what you know. Oh well. It is what it is, as they say. He's here to make money, not to chit-chat. Okay, alright. He's selling stone sword keys. That's great. Larval tier. Do I have one of these already? Yeah, I have one. Material required by the ember egg cradled by Renala, queen of the full moon, to birth people anew. I have notes about that, don't I? Hold on. No, I have notes about Rena, which could be the same person? Question mark? I mean, it seems to fit with the full moon thing. Now we'll see. Yeah, we'll find a third. I'm not worried about that. Nomad warriors, soap oil pot, roped oil pot. Sure. Nomadic warriors cookbook, dappled cured meat, dappled white cured meat. I mean, I think I have to buy those like as a priority. Show tell. Do I have one of these already? I don't think so. This is like a specific one. Okay, I'm gonna buy that for sure. Do I have a show tell? No, I do have this, right? Yeah, this one's a show tell, but I don't have like a normal one. Well, yeah, might as well buy it then. And then the keys. That's a crafting material, yeah. The keys, because you never know when you need them. And I guess this might as well. Being able to respec. I'm buying the stuff that pretty much seems like, you know, I don't want to, like, I may need in the future, and I don't want to actually have to come back all the way here to get, right? The rest is just random stuff you can acquire. Alright, cool.
Till next time.
I love how he's a little scared.
Hello again.
You know, he's like,
good customer.
He's hesitant.
Goodbye. Till next time.
He's just a shy little musician. Oh, he keeps playing again. Hell yeah. Do you try 100% on first play? It's a hard question for me to answer because how would I know, right? I like... You've seen how I play, right? Like, I like finding as many things as I can, but I would never know if I missed things because I'm not going to look it up, right? So, usually my goal is just, I want to see as many things as I can. I like exploring as much as I can. So, indirectly, I get closer to 100% as I can. But I'm not doing it intentionally. I don't care about the number, if that makes sense. I don't care about achievements. I don't give a shit about any of the video game aspects of it. I just like to explore and, you know, see as much as I can. Because I don't want to miss a piece of that sweet, juicy lore, you know? It's interesting how the note in the ambient music right now, like, was just off with the melody was playing, but it kind of made it eerie and creepy in a cool way. I want to just stay here and vibe with the guy. Do I have... Hold on, do I have an emote to sit down or something? Yeah, I do. Hold on. Now this is Dark Souls. Huh, I just noticed that one of the pyres is... Oh, one of the things is lit, the other one's not. I wonder if that's significant. There's clearly something about fires in this area, right? Hmm. God, I hate these things. That was a little scary. Ayya! Oh, sorry, flower. Also eat shit. Okay, that flower's not taking a lot of damage. What the fuck? Oh my god, I'm getting wrecked. Okay, I'm poisoned, that's fine. Oh, let's go! Cancelled. Get your freaking annoying attack cancelled. Whew, nice. Am I poisoned or not? Why is my health not going down? Oh! The regen from my physic flasks is actually strong enough that it makes up for the poison damage. That's funny. I wonder which one's gonna last longer, the poison or the healing. I need to be careful because if the healing stops and I don't think about it, because I'm, you know, it's off my mind, I'm gonna actually die. Okay. And then we're back down there? Oh, yeah! Oh, that's the... Okay. So there's no way of getting up there, it seems. Oh, okay. I guess. Okay. So we've seen the entrance to the same sort of building, but from above, when we were on the cliff there. I think that's how you get to this. And that's the location where I think I saw like a glowing door. Could be a boss fight. Still a bunch of stuff to explore in this place. Pretty cool level design. What the fuck is wrong with that thing? Did you see that? It just... It yeeted itself on the other side of the fucking place. Ow. God, I hate those things. There we go. Stun loop, and we're good. Tell me the spear is not the most satisfying weapon in the world. All that poking feels so satisfying. Okay, the spear is not the most satisfying weapon in the world. Okay, fair enough. Hey, we're different people, Naz. I do enjoy a good poking. He's just doing what you told him, a loyal companion. Sure. And two-handing the weapon increases the chance of stun. I'm not... Okay, listen, I'm not sure. The way the stunning system works in this game seems to be a combination of how much damage you do in a short period of time, but also it seems to be a... like a... It's almost like an invisible bar that can go down if you don't do damage for a little bit. I don't know if it's the the type of damage, if the weight of the weapon, if... It's a complex system that I don't fully understand. And unfortunately nobody in chat can answer. I need to figure it out by myself or not. But, yeah. Generally it seems like two-handing the weapon does lead to faster stuns, yes. That's been my impression at least. I completely forgot about the regen, by the way, and the poison, so thankfully that worked out. Yeah, okay, looking at it closer, it does seem to be like some sort of calcified tree. Not necessarily a mineral stalagmite. Here's a sentence never written before. Daniel is bullying land octopi. Are we sure that has never been written before? It has never been written here. But in general? I don't know. Have I been there? Not sure. I would bet on it. Well, apparently Tyler would bet on the opposite, so... I don't know, maybe you guys should put a wager down and start your research. Don't do that, it's a waste of time. Oh god! Okay. Okay, I think I've been here before, yes. Although, maybe not. I mean, there are a lot of Daniels on this planet. Many of which probably played Elden Ring. Some of them with people watching. So... I don't know. I don't know. It does seem like a pretty hard to verify, you know, pretty hard information to verify though. But... Yeah, I don't know, Tyler. It's one of those things. Like, I'm sure there's a paradox named after that. It sounds like something that there would be a paradox named after. Or a fallacy, I don't know. It's like the idea of, you know, like if you give a typewriter to a monkey, eventually it will write a book that makes sense, if given infinity of time, right? But then I think there's a theory that says that that's not actually true. Like it seems like something that makes sense in theory, but it's actually not. But I'm not sure. There's a name specifically for that. What the fuck is this shit? When those things get going and you can't stun them, they're the worst enemy in the game. I swear to God. Like, I literally get wrecked every time. If you get the stun, that's it. The fight's over. But if you don't get the stun, there's nothing you can do. If they keep charging... Like, if this was a fighting game, the optimal way for the character playing that monster would be to just always do the fucking forward moving attack. There's no counters to it. Oh god, I'm gonna die. Hold on. Infinite Monkey Theorem states that a monkey hitting keys independently at random on a typewriter for an infinite amount of time would surely type any given text, including complete works of William Shakespeare. Yeah, it seems to make sense in theory, right? Like, you think about it, it's logically sound. But obviously... The key word here is the infinity of time. Like, an infinity is a long fucking ass time. Because the combination of like, the number of combinations of resulting texts is just, it's a timeline that you can't even imagine. Like, I think the counter theory I've heard was that the heat death of the universe would inevitably happen before that. Just because of the sheer number of combinations. So, obviously you can argue that it's not an infinity of time if there's an end to it, but, you know. It's still not a realistic expectation. Depends on the number of monkeys you have, that is true too, yeah. What's up, Good Trooper? You bitch. I hate you. God, I hate that thing. I'm a big fan of the heat death of the universe. I like betting on winners. Yep. You can bet on that happening eventually, you know. We'll be long gone, but... Yes, you know, I'm not a mathematician, so this kind of stuff goes a little over my head, but I do think it's fascinating. Like, math is so weird sometimes, like, it feels... It does make existence feel more intentional than random sometimes. Which it's not, right? Like, that's not how it works, but it's just like the perception of it. Okay, we've killed all of them now. Not at the same time, but we've killed all of them. So I feel satisfied. We've explored all of this. We can go back to the temple and see what kind of power we're gonna acquire now that we've lit up all the flames. Exciting. I do need to hit the bonfire, the grace first. Real tragedies for the consciousness that would have to witness that with universes born and dying, and new monkeys would need to develop, so that'd be quite the wait. Sure. Then again, I think your perception of time is probably different if you were being that, and, you know. What's with every enemy in this game just charging nothing? What is wrong with these people? Oh, I could have taken the teleporter back. Maybe that's why they put a teleporter there. So you can easily, you know, finish the torture stuff and then teleport back to the beginning faster. I don't think it's that necessary, but you know. Screw you guys, I'm going home. What's the best of times? What's the worst of times? Typewriters need to be designed with monkey accessibility in mind. Would it be that hard though? To make a typewriter that a monkey can just randomly mash on? I mean, they're pretty, you know, they're pretty close to humans, physically speaking, so. Oh yeah, I spent everything down there. That's fine. Alright, all 8 are lit up. Okay, I'm excited to see what this is gonna be. Power gathers in the carcass or whatever it said. Someone needs to build new parts for when the buttons wear out. Yeah, but see, now we're thinking about the logistics of it too much. I think the theorem is more about the spirit of it, right? Like the idea that with enough infinite time, anything can happen. Which, you know, is hard to disprove, of course, but... Because, like, that's the thing. Even with infinite time, it doesn't matter if even, like, the human race goes extinct and typewriters are not a thing anymore. And because at some point, sometime, it's gonna happen again. And it can continue. I guess that's the idea. Like, if you really think about infinity and everything potentially happening, there's just no limits to it. Which makes it not a very interesting thought experiment, I don't think, but, you know. Who wins? 1 trillion monkeys with typewriters versus the sun? The sun. Is that thing gonna come alive? What is gonna happen there? This is kind of cool. Let me use my Dorito to protect myself just in case. A lot of monkeys though. It is. But it's the sun. Sun's pretty damn hot. What a cool effect. Oh. Touch horned remains. Hello? Can I stop being teleported? Please? Is that too much to ask? Just stop being teleported all over the place all the time? Okay, so it does seem to be a boss fight. Interesting. Bunch of carcasses around here. 1 trillion monkeys weigh at most 4 times 10 by the power of 13 kilograms. I cannot believe I curated a community of such nerds. Like, you guys are... What am I doing with my life? Stop touching stuff? Okay, listen. Torch is so bright, it is. Reap lantern. The lantern's there, it's just sometimes I just need the proper light. Like, look at how much brighter this is. This little thing doesn't do much. I need this little thing if I'm in a dungeon that I actually need to fight in. If I'm exploring and just looking at things, I want the torch. What's up, Nadine? How are you doing today? Actually, is that a Future Man emote? It is. Is Future Man still streaming these days? It's a big ass door, I will say. If the door is proportionate to the size of the fucking boss, this is gonna be a big one. Big stress, but okay, and you? I'm alright, thank you. Yeah. Yes, says Slythe to Future Man, yeah. Cool. I was at a math conference a few months ago. Someone joked that there are 3 numbers, 1, 2, and basically infinity. That's funny. That is a big ass door, yeah. Big, what do we call them? Like, usually we call them like fog walls, right? But this is like... I mean, it's still a fog wall. It's just golden instead of being gray, I guess. What was the name of the... We had a whole thing when I was playing Dark Souls about the conversations we were having in front of the fog walls. The fog walls... Chronicles or something? Like, we had a name. Acid Yellow, more like. The Piss Door. Fog Wall Memoirs, that's the thing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yo Mama Door? Wow. Got me. You got me. Yeah, got my ass. Hey, listen, according to the internet, my mom is both huge and also getting some on a regular basis, so... I don't know. I'm happy for her. Yes, thank you, Salino. If you're new around here, you want to join, you want to get the most reliable live notifications, please join Discord. This Twitch doesn't do the job, so we have to. Alright, well, I guess let's see what's in there, huh? I would recommend more water. Speaking of which. Water is so good. Alright. Ancestor Spirit. Oh, look at this shit. Holy crap, that place is huge. Okay, that thing's getting bigger. Oh my god, okay. It seems taller than the carcass that was outside. Holy shit! Yeah, the music is incredible. Why does this make me almost sad? I don't feel like I want to kill that thing. The sounds and everything is so good. Ow. I mean, he does want to kill me. To be fair, I've probably done the equivalent of desecrating his lands or something. Killing his followers and all that. Maybe that's why that's what they were like performing their rituals for. You know? Maybe this is an old guardian of the lands that they're protecting, you know? That's so fucking beautiful. Oh shit! It reminds me of Sif's fight, actually. I was watching Naz yesterday and he was doing Sif's fight. That was the first time I was actually paying attention to the fight in a long time. And this kind of reminds me of it a little bit. Like the sadness that there is to it. Yeah, the track is really beautiful. Those sounds when he's like vomiting that thing are so interesting. But yeah, the soundtrack, like, this could be a music out of like Witcher or something. It sounds very oh. He knows you killed the bunny family. I don't think they're bunnies though. They're more like chinchillas. I don't know. Yeah, the sound of those things hitting the ground is so, like, it sounds like small animals. Oh, shit! Okay, that hurt. I mean, I've been taking it easy, but I'm almost out of the flasks, it turns out. This is so cool for a move. Okay. I haven't been able to stun it, but that's alright. That attack is so fucking cool. I love it so much. Shit. Oh, fuck. I thought I was gonna get absolutely trashed there. Ugh. Yeah, thanks for that bubble. I would have had a bad time otherwise. Aww. Sad. This was a sad fight. What a beautiful fight. Yeah, not very difficult, but really beautiful. Sometimes it's all that matters. Not everything needs to be hard. Ancestral follower ashes. Are we gonna learn more about the whole thing? Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell. Used to summon the spirit of an ancestral follower. A spirit of the horned folk who eschew letters and metalworking. Okay, so no writing, no metal for them. Brawny and versed in distinctive spiritual arts, this particular tribesman wields a heavy bow. 63. Ooh, I can use it. Nice. That's one I can use now. I'm summoning everything at least once in the open world when I can, and I'm gonna eventually get the stats I need to summon, you know, the ones I can't yet, just to see what they play like and how they behave. Maybe it can give you a bit of lore sometimes, you know, seeing how they. You never know, right? I like to see things, but I'm not gonna use it like on boss fights. And similarly, if like boss fights have like specific summons for them, like the Leonine Misbegotten Warrior had one, right? Edgar. I'm gonna summon him once just to see his moveset and see what kind of character they are, see if they have specific lines maybe or something. But I'm not gonna win the fight with them, right? I'm just gonna let them fight, and once they die, I just let myself get killed, and then I play the boss properly, right? That's my sort of approach. You know, it's just a matter of seeing more content, but without it winning the fight for you, basically. So that was the entrance, and that's how we get out. I gotta check the walls. I gotta know if there's things. That was a crazy big arena for a fight, though. It's so cool. Easy on the execution, hard for the heart. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't played the Shadow of the Colossus remake yet, Stoner, but yeah, the original Shadow of the Colossus, there was a lot of sadness winning those fights. Every time you would win a fight, it was like, ugh, heartbreaking. At the time, yeah, Credo, that's for sure. And it had such a quiet influence on the video game industry too. Like after Shadow of the Colossus, it seems like every video game was trying to do bigger bosses, like huge boss fights where you climb on the enemy and all that. None of them quite as refined and interesting as Shadow of the Colossus, where it was like a proper like mechanic. Like every boss was almost like a little puzzle in itself, the way you would climb on them and everything. Like most of the other games who took inspirations from that, it was just like a, you know, a set piece of climbing on the boss. There was nothing like organic or natural about it. I'm thinking like God of War 3 or something, or whatever other game had like giant creatures you would climb on. It never felt quite like the free-form gameplay you had with those Colossus. Oh yeah, Outrun. In fact, one of the big things that made me get Demon Souls back in the day, like 2009, was that not only people were talking about the, you know, the difficulty going back to like the old school games of our youth when you lose a life and you have to start from the beginning, right? That was sort of the narrative around the game. You didn't have checkpoints and none of that. One of the big things that people were mentioning is that, like, visually it looks like Shadow of the Colossus. It had that washed out, overexposed, bloom-heavy graphics, right? And sort of like that bleak and desolate environment. That was a big thing. And I definitely felt that when I was playing it. Like, it seems to have been like a visual inspiration, maybe. Shadow of the Colossus is a game that often feels like the fight is more about the feeling than the fight itself. Alright. We back to the temple? Is that just teleporting me back if I do it? Yeah, okay. Shit. I had to know. I couldn't let it go. I'm sorry. I wasn't sure if it was gonna like give me a reward or something. Okay, so it seems like we participated in some kind of ritual, awaken an old ancestral spirit. What now? Now we go on the cliff, I guess. Unless something about the world changed, not that we've done that. Check out play the original Demon Souls. Yeah, it was an experience for sure. The load times on PS3 were brutal. Yeah, but we were used to it though. Like that was kind of the norm at the time, right? It's interesting. Loading times are an interesting thing. We went from loading time not being a thing whatsoever. Well, actually, hold on. We went from having to use cassette tapes to load the games in our systems. I don't know, many of you weren't born during that era. But you used to load a game on the computer by playing a cassette tape. I'm not kidding. For like 10 minutes or something. And then you could finally play the game. To having cartridges where loading times were basically not existent at that point. Then to CDs and load times being a thing again. And now M2 drives and loading times are becoming less and less of a thing. Again, it's like going back and forth. You'll have to explain what a cassette tape is. Ask Grok. Okay, those dudes are still there, and they're mad. Oh yeah, I've killed your ancestral spirit. I'm sorry, okay? I'm not familiar with the term cassette. Can you specify? There's no way an AI says that. There's two S's. Maybe that's the reason why. Whew! I cannot believe I dodged under that. That was some hitbox porn right there. I still haven't found a way to get to the part that's up there where there's like that, what I think is a Crucible Knight on the fucking thing. Anyway, let's find a way to let's teleport back on the cliff. Is that the teleporter up there? I think it is. Yep. Okay, I need to hit the bonfire real quick though. Had some fun on Twitter today looking for people arguing with the results Grog gave them. Far from me to tell you what to do or judge your occupation, but you need to do better stuff with your time, man. You can use your time better than this. Oh, I'm dead. Oh! Thank God I turned instead of trying to run away. It's fun seeing them not happy with Grog's answers. I don't know. I understand. I understand what you mean. To me, it's just... I don't know. It's sad. I understand why it's funny, but I also think it's also it's also super depressing to see how ignorant the world is becoming. I don't know. Holy Jesus! Bad timing. that we've all collectively decided it's still called Twitter. Makes me happy. Yeah, I mean, X is a stupid name, and I hate that. I don't know. It's just so dumb as far as branding goes. I don't know. Also, why is this guy obsessed with the X thing? To the point that he named his kid after it. Thank you, Rudra. I appreciate you. Good luck in the gym. He's perpetually 12. I don't know if that's an excuse. Well, I was gonna say I think I was more creative and smarter than that at 12, but maybe that's not true. I think that's hubris thinking that. Okay, so I'm thinking this leads up there, and then this bridge here maybe leads to over there, like a teleporter or something. I don't know. Calling it Twitter as long as Elon that names his trans daughter. Hey, that's a pretty decent stance right there. In fact, even if it didn't, I still wouldn't call it X, I don't think. I would still call it Twitter. I don't care. Being baseline, you know, like being a baseline decent human being shouldn't be rewarded. Alright, so there's a Stake of America here, and there's this thing here, which I'm assuming is gonna fight me. And then there's more of this to explore. Okay. Let me, explore a little bit before I go there. This feels like it's gonna be a pain. It could be a boss or a world boss or something. Okay, come on. Please, game. Why you hate me? I remember hearing that X was the name he pitched for PayPal. Telling you, it all goes back to ego. He was so upset he couldn't use it for PayPal that he had to use it in whatever way he could. I am not excited about fighting Clayman again. The only thing I like about the name change is that instead of calling it a tweet, you can call it an excrement. I think that's a solid change. Very fitting. I was supposed to get the iframes there, but I didn't. Oh my god. Why are those enemies so hard? I don't get it. They're so slow, and yet I can't seem to know how to fight them. Sorry about that. I couldn't mute myself. Yeah, Ankar, yeah. And the fact that people still call it Twitter is definitely a sign that, you know, the brand became bigger than the website itself. It's really strange that you would just drop it. But, you know, more money than brains, a lot of ego. That's the kind of stuff that happens. He used Twitter for his agenda and it worked. Well, yeah, that's also true. Those dudes are impossible to stagger. Oh my lord. He left, he didn't get the profit he was looking for? Wait, did he? Left the Dodge, White House, whatever thing? Well, that's something completely different though. We're just talking about Twitter there. But yeah, I mean that whole fucking like... his whole participation in the fucking administration thing is just ridiculous. Sadly, I wish it was more surprising, but that's the world we live in now. I'm telling you. Idiocracy was not sarcastic enough about the whole thing. Idiocracy underestimated how ridiculous things could get. Which 5 years ago I would have thought was not possible. Yeah, that's interesting, Credo, yeah. Okay. Can I stab them? Oh, I can! I never tried that. Idiocracy assumed the stupidity would be more harmless than it actually is. That is true, yeah, yeah. It would all be... It would just be fun to watch, right? Just fun to watch the disaster. No, instead, people are just dying. And being imprisoned and all that kind of nonsense, losing their jobs and... Oh well. It isn't just stupidity, this is straight up malice. I think it's a bit of a mix of both, yeah. Stupidity and malice, of course. Let's have Havgul. What's my level? 49 still. Oh. I've been level 49 for a long time now. I feel like I haven't leveled up in ages. I haven't leveled up at all this stream for sure. I don't remember yesterday. Maybe once. Wait, so if they're that slow, I can just... Hell yeah. I didn't think of doing that. But anyway, if you guys don't mind, I'm not in the mood for more political conversations. I don't, you know, again, like we don't have any rules to not talk about controversial topics or whatever. They're absolutely welcome all the time, but the only caveat being that if I'm not in the mood for it, I'm just gonna ask that we move on from it. I feel like I have a responsibility to moderate those conversations when they happen, right? And if I'm not in the mood for it, then it's hard. Yeah. So yeah, I appreciate you guys' opinions, and obviously I agree with most of what I'm reading in chat. I'm just not in the mood for more of it today. Let's focus on the positive things a little bit. We made some good progress today. Oh god, that's a lot of them. Okay, I need to kill one quickly. No! Bullshit! So it was they do this attack where they like they pierce, right? They do a stake thing. And then they pull it back, and that's also an attack, right? But I felt like in this case my spear should have hit them before. Like ugh. We barbecue today from work. Hell yeah. Speaking of food, I'm not sure what I'm gonna eat after stream. What can I eat after stream? I don't know. Rigatoni? You just expect me to have like rigatoni out of nowhere? Oh yeah, this very obscure Italian pasta. Do you not have rigatonis? No! Do you? I mean, they exist in stores, I just don't have them at home. Actually, I would love some restaurant pasta right now. I'm not gonna order food because it's too late anyway. And also money, but I would love some restaurant carbonara pasta right now. Or Alfredo pasta. Imagine not having rigatoni. I guess I'm the weird one here. I don't know. What's up, Jay? Making pasta tonight, probably? Yeah, I'm probably gonna make like some quick ramen or something. Just eat a little bit and save some calories for potato chips later during wrestling with Naz. Probably gonna eat some Pringles. I have some salt Pringles. There's better pasta shapes. I think rigatoni is pretty top tier. My favorite pasta shape is farfalle, which is the butterfly things. Well, no, spaghetti actually is my favorite, but second to that. No, salt Pringles, not a salt Pringle. Although, okay, hold on. Can we brainstorm a little bit on that assault Pringles thing? What would it be? Like Carolina Reaper flavored, maybe? Assault Pringles, you know? Oh shit. Where does this lead? Oh, okay. Is it gonna be a dick leaf? No, dragon wound. Oh, dragon wound grease. Interesting. Why would you? Were dragons down there at some point that they would need this? I mean, again, like I'm trying to make me look for meaning in items where there's none, but. Dragon D's Pringles. Aha. All dressed up Pringles? I don't know what all dressed up is. This is some Canadian nonsense. All dressed up. How are you today, Timmy, by the way? Good to see you. Farfalle is top tier? Hell yeah. Now I'm wondering if I'm the wrong side of the pasta history because I'm in agreement with Brainy. That's a bad sign typically. Mental health day from work today? Hell yeah, man. Take care of yourself. That's beautiful. Best pasta is ramen. I mean, ramen's good. I love ramen. Don't get me wrong, but I do think like a good plate of Italian pasta is just hard to beat, honestly. Asian noodles aren't pasta. Semantics. It's the same idea, right? That's a lot of dudes. Holy fuck, dude. What are we doing down there? Good mark. Why don't they let us use spaces in passwords? There has to be like a technical reason for that, I would assume. Like the way spaces are the way spaces, it's the same reason why there's no space in like URLs and stuff like that, right? It has to be like a technical thing with how HTML and the internet deals with spaces. That's what I assume it is. I don't know. I'm sure some nerd in chat can answer that. Yeah. Ask Grok. That's gonna be my new joke right now. Every time someone asks something, it's like, ask Grok. Newer systems shouldn't have problems with spaces. But yeah, I don't know, like, is ramen pasta? It depends. Again, I think it's semantics. To me it is. It's a sort of pasta. It's a form. It's the same general idea, right? Now, if you talk about pasta in the sense of it's only the Italian dish, you know, then sure, it's not. In the same way, you could argue that a manga is not a comic book, right? Because you want to separate the idea of a comic book and a manga because of the cultural, like, history. But it's the same thing. It's just a different name for it. I don't know. Although, I guess, you know, technically ramen is more than just the noodles, right? There's the noodles and then there's the whole, like, soup and whatever comes with it, right? I don't know. Semantic. Ultimately, I still think it's a semantics thing, but... It's important to match your pasta to your sauce. Yeah, but that's something for restaurants to think about. As a individual, I don't care. I'm just putting whatever sauce with whatever pasta. It's all good anyway. You know what I would like to eat right now and I haven't had in a long time? Gravy on little macaroni pasta, right? Like little macaroni things, just gravy on top of that. Ugh, so good. I am a chef. Oh yeah? Oh well, there you go. You're the person who needs to care about that. Instant ramen noodles are also pre-cooked and then fried. Quite different from dry or fresh noodles. What is kinda chef? Yeah, that's a good question. He makes meals at home, following recipes from YouTube channels, and then goes on in the comments to complain that it tasted disgusting if it don't change like 15 ingredients. Okay, I need to see if that does anything. Nope. What about that? Nope. You haven't worked in a restaurant in over 10 years. Ah, so you used to be. Right. Hence the kinda, right. You have the training? Hell yeah. I kind of wanted to be a... I did want to be a chef when I was a kid. One of the things that I wanted to be. There were many things I wanted to be. One of them was a writer, so I did that to a certain extent at least, so that's good. I also kind of wanted to play video games all day, so I kind of did that too. I have so little HP now, I had to say something, right? I couldn't just shut the fuck up and focus. I couldn't just shut the fuck up and focus. I had to say something. Hold on, I want to try something. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, McSauce. Like, I mean, you know, like beef, like ground beef with gravy on top of pasta is also quite popular in Switzerland. I wonder... Well, maybe not. Little MSG. Hell yeah. MSG is delicious. In Switzerland, we put... Our main source of MSG is aromat. Aromat is a sort of like prepared mix with MSG, a little bit of salt, garlic, a few little things in there. Mostly MSG, and it's delicious. Love it. God, I hate this. This is scary as fuck! Okay, hold on. This could be really fun. Oh! Did you see how far that pushed them? That is so cool! This is so fun. Oh my god. We made any friends this playthrough? Do you mean friends, like characters? Not really. The only place where we have really characters that we can make friends with is in Roundtable, and we haven't been there very often. Tempted to buy a bag of MSG every time I go to the Asian grocery store. MSG is awesome, honestly. It's such a delicious flavor. Enhancer. I cook too rarely to use it up. I mean, you can throw it on anything. Like, little sandwich in the morning or whatever, throw some MSG on it. Why not? I put literally aromat, like that MSG thing I was talking about in Switzerland, on everything. I just put it on everything. Everything that's savory, right? Like not... Yeah. I will, like, take a piece of bread, put some, like, butter, and then cover it with aromat. It's, ugh, amazing. Does MSG go stale? It's like salt, so no, it's like a sodium thing, right? So, no. Can degrade over time. MSG causes me to bloat? Interesting. Does salt do the same to you, or? It can clump with humidity. Something about MSG specifically? That's interesting. Makes me burp like crazy? Do you think there could be a... It could be a thing where like the type of food where you have MSG with is the food that gets you? Or it's just like if you... Let's say you had a spoon of MSG, would it work? I'm not questioning your experience, by the way, I'm just curious. Easy way to win a burping contest, that is true. You used to have Aromat? Wait, you know about Aromat? I thought only Swiss people knew about Aromat. Although I did find Aromat in Australia when I was there, in like one of the stores that sells products from everywhere. It didn't taste quite the same though. God damn it! The thing in Finland too, nice. It didn't quite, like the one I found in Australia didn't quite taste exactly the same. It's like they adjusted the taste a little bit, I think. God, those enemies are so annoying, dude. Okay, interesting. So the striking damage does not do much when it comes to backstabbing. That's funny. Aromat is Knorr. That's a Unilever brand nowadays. I think it is. I mean, you can in Switzerland you can find like it's almost like a thing you can find. There's several brands doing their own version of Aromat. But I think the original may be Knorr potentially. Yeah. Oh my god, dude. I shouldn't be taking on all of them at once like that, but I'm just very stubborn. I really want to kill every enemy in the game at least once, right? I know I can probably just run past them, get the little bug, and then continue on my way. But there's something in my brain that doesn't let me. I just need to kill everything at least once. Yeah, Timmy? Nice, nice. Hell yeah. Okay, did you guys see what happened there? The fact that the enemy saved me by hitting me. It made my hitbox not trigger on the grab. That was very lucky. I would have gotten grabbed and died if not for that guy. Oh, shit, no! I had no more stab! I saw it coming. I saw it in slow motion. Why are we here? Just to suffer. I wonder if there's any of those things that could help. I mean, they're clay, man. They don't like. They wouldn't be. I don't think they would be sensitive to poison. What's the okay? Without, of course, without spoiling anything specific, but what's the general community sentiment with those guys? Is there any, or not even? How do people feel about those enemies? Oh, come on. That's a mistake! Oh my god, I'm dead! Ooh, maybe not. Ooh. Okay. They're all so low! Oh my god. Bullshit! Okay, hold on. I need flasks. What's up, Larry? How are you doing today? I don't think those guys are particularly notorious. I'm assuming most people just run past them. They're so slow. Like, why would you even bother? Like, only a fucking idiot like me would bother with those things. It's not easy to live with my brain. Trust me. Oh no, no! Great ocular bubble. Okay. Yeah, so I got the little bubble spell earlier, and now I got this one. Too tedious, too much HP, too many of them. Yep, I agree. And yet I can't stop trying to kill them all. Because I want to be able to take my time and check every wall and explore properly and all that, you know? But I do think it's an impressive design though. That they managed to create enemies that are that slow and yet still threatening, and even their spells, the slow speed of their spells is what makes them dangerous. Like those bubbles stay in the air forever and they're just floating around and you can't really attack because of them. I don't know how they did it, but they managed to make them feel very threatening despite the speed. You need 30 of them? Eh. Debatable. Oh! How did I not hit anything? What's up, Smee? Oh, you missed a whole lot of stuff, actually. We ended up going back down. I finished exploring the whole lower area. We beat an ancestral spirit boss. And then I came back up and... yeah. Oh, there was a lot of interesting exploration today. But it is true that we're not very far from where we started. We ended yesterday. I did not, in fact, spend 5 hours just beating on those guys. That is not a thing that I did. How are you doing today? You missed all the exploration? It's fine. I mean, there was nothing like mind-blowing. Oh yeah, we found a dude that was a merchant that was playing music. We stayed there a little 20 minutes or so. That was neat. Yeah. Okay. That's it? That was only for the little thing? There's no way of going up from here? I feel betrayed. On the plus side, we're done exploring, I think. There's only this thing left, which I'm very concerned about. Why are you looking at me like that? He was looking at me funny. Okay. This is really strange though. How do I... Okay, I'm gonna call it. There's maybe an entrance down there, which then allows you to get up there, and then maybe that leads all the way up and like here and there, right? Oh yeah, that could be a passage. So I'm assuming that's how you get up, and that's why there's an enemy in front of it. Is this thing a boss? Is that gonna be a boss? I can't target it. It's not letting me. What in the fuck is that? This shit looks like a medieval... Okay. Yeah, hold on. Hot take. This thing looks like a medieval fantasy Evangelion. With like the triangular sort of ish face and, you know. Now, I'm curious what that is. It feels like there's arms and shit coming out of this. It looks like a cape of some kind, but there's like arms and stuff. Ah, shit. Here we go. Holy fuck! The sound that thing makes. Dragonkin soldier. Oh, it is a dragon of some kind then. That explains the dragon breeze. Oh. It does look like... Oh, dude, also... It looks even more like an Evangelion than what I thought. Look at the face. I was on point. Oh. Okay, that's gonna be fun. Hey, Engthar, good luck with it. I hope you got the information you were waiting for the other day. And good luck with your first day. What's up, John Week? That's a cool name. I wish you had been there when we were playing Fallout. We actually had a John Week weapon. Oh, love the stash. Thank you. Appreciate that. Good luck, Engthar. Have a good one. Wait, did I not pick the steak? Oh, I did. Okay. Well, cool. I'm right there. I do have a lot of souls, though. Wait, do I? I'm not even sure. Okay, that thing one-shot me, like, straight up. Like, that was not even close. Yeah, I do have a lot of fucking souls. Dude, that thing is so cool. Holy shit. Okay, I can target several parts of his body. The music is also amazing. Oh my god, dude. What's up, Scoop? I'm doing good, thank you. Jesus, I'm getting trashed. I do need to spend those souls, though. You miss a lot of vigor? Well, you haven't been around long enough, but if you had been, you would know that that's the point. I've made it a personal rule to not level up vigor, because I think it's more interesting to actually have to learn the fights rather than just shrug through everything. So I don't level up vigor. It's not a hard rule, meaning if the game gets to a point where it's more frustrating than fun, then I'll put a little bit of HP in, but yeah. But otherwise, I'm just not leveling vigor. I like to learn how to face the fights. What's 10 times 10? Is that a trick question? It's obviously 100, but I'm not sure why you're asking. What's up, Ryan Reynolds? Welcome in. Good boy. Okay. Was there a point to the question, or? Also, don't call me a good boy unless you know, are tickling my asshole at the same time, because that kind of feels weird. He was just trying to get his math homework. Ah, I see. Yeah. Well, I'm glad I could help. Let's see. I think in this particular case, I'm gonna go strength and dex. Just so I can more easily damage the boss. Oh, we haven't read that. Sorcery of the Clayman who served as priest in the ancient dynasty. This is a gigantic magic bubble that drifts towards foes before it naturally ruptures. Charging increases the delay before the bubble pops. The Claymen search for lost oracles within their bubble. Same description as the smaller ones. Those we've read already. Okay. Is there a world where I get an extra 9k? Do I not even get a reward for getting the answer right, Ryan? Like a normal person, right? Like a polite person. Someone with, you know, a little bit of self-respect would ask that question and then donate the amount as a reward, right? Which is really the only reason why I answered. Because some people do that as like a joke thing, right? So the only reason why I answered was because you know, you never know. I'll answer an easy math question for $100, right? But now I'm just left empty and disappointed. Let's see. Hold on. Okay, 9k I said, right? That's... Oh yeah, we can get there. Beautiful. Do these. There you go. Yep, good. Okay, now teleport again and fight the boss. Let's go. Oh shit, I'm dead. Oh! Oh my lord! I'm alive! Oh! Alright, back here we are. Let's fight. Yeah, I said that yesterday actually. They definitely do. I feel the same way. Anyone else, when learning how to do fractions in binary? Oh, well, that's beyond my level. I've never done that. Alright, let's see. I don't think it's going to be much better. I think I'm going to do the same thing I always do. I'm going to start with the shield to try to understand the moveset a bit better. And then once I feel comfortable, I'm just going to... Dude, the sound that thing makes is so fucking cool. Then I'll go two-hand. Yeah. Oh my lord! Okay, I cannot block that thing. Look at the fucking stand damage it's doing. Okay, hey, I have pretty reasonable damage, I think. What a crazy cool design for a creature. It's missing its belly area, it seems. See, it's all empty there. And I'm dead. God, that thing is so cool. Holy shit. Big fan. Big fan. Empty inside, just like me. Real. Real. Mood, as the kids say. Well, I really wish I had figured out what weapon I want for bosses now, but... I mean, I guess the twin blade. I could build a twin blade. Clearly a skilled baker, but a needed with that kneading technique. What's up, Jode? How are you doing today? What's my stones looking like? Weird sentence, I agree. Okay, I have plenty of stones. So I should be able to build the secondary weapon pretty quickly. I'm only plus 6? Wait. Those are the ones that I really need right now. Yes! Jabberwocky! I said that when we were in Caelid. There was a similar sounding music in Caelid. It might have been the exact same, actually, I'm not sure. But there was also like a music with those voices, and I was saying that it sounds like the intro to 2001, when they find the monolith. So yeah, if I was gonna build a secondary weapon at this point, I don't know if the greatswords... I don't know if I feel the greatsword. At least not this one. I would love a greatsword at some point, but... I think I'm quite I think I'm feeling the Twin Blade as a boss weapon. Like, that shit's so cool. I'm a little worried about how committal it is. Like, some of the attacks are really committal. Like, you're stuck in the animation for a while. But do you do aromat all-purpose savory seasoning or aromat original? I would go with original. Yeah. Did you beat the dragon boss? No. I'm just thinking if I want to build a weapon for, you know, build an actual boss killing weapon. Because, I mean, I could go... Actually, I'm not sure if I can. Can I go to... Okay, I could. But then I would have to teleport back here and grab the teleporter. Yeah. Just not that big of a deal. Hi, is the server okay? What server are you asking for, Pinka? Can't connect. Oh, you mean... Does it look like I'm working for Bandai Namco support? I don't know. I'm playing offline. I would recommend asking Google, or maybe go check on Twitter or something. I don't know. Yeah, I'm playing offline, so I can't help you there. It is Steam maintenance hour. That might explain it. Yeah. Strange folks today. Yeah, I agree. Sorry. Thank you anyway. Yeah. Oh, that was 177. Great. I don't know. I'm afraid of investing in a weapon that I'm not going to enjoy. Although, I mean, I guess we have way more than enough upgrading materials. So. Let's... You know what? I'm gonna just... I know I'm not gonna do a lot of damage. I just want to play around with it to see how it feels to actually fight a boss with it. Oh my god. I cannot get over how cool that creature is. Like the screams it makes, the sound it makes. Like I said, the moveset seems pretty committal, which means it can be rough. Although maybe it looks like it because of the momentum and like the double swings and all that, but in reality it does, you know. In reality, I don't think it's actually that much more of a commitment than normal attack with the spear. At this bigger level, you'd have to no-hit every boss. Hell yeah! I'm excited for that challenge. It's gonna be awesome. Also, that's not true. This is the first boss that seems to one-shot me with everything he does. That is legitimately the first time we have a boss that one-shots me with everything. Before that, every boss had a few attacks that I could survive. But I was obviously ready for that when I decided that I was not gonna level up Vigor. I've done Dark Souls 3 like that. I had never touched the DLC, and I did the DLC with no vigor, and I no hit mid-air, no hit gale. It was awesome. That's exactly why I'm not leveling vigor. You actually have to learn the fight. You can't just rely on chugging through all the damage. I do like the fucking Twin Blade. I will say, I'm kind of a fan. Yeah, and it's not even upgraded, Credo. I'm kind of a fan. I do like the, you know, the way it feels. I just need to adapt to it. Obviously, I'm not used to that moveset, but it's a cool boss-killing weapon, I think. The no vigor thing is deliberate? Oh, yeah. No, I have two, like I said, I have two arbitrary rules that I've decided for this playthrough, one of which is no fast travel between locations I haven't, like, traveled to and from, and unless forced, and no vigor. If it gets to the point where it's more frustrating than fun, I'll you know, make decisions. Like, it's not a hard rule. I'm not doing a challenge run. I'm only doing it because it makes the game more interesting for me. I like to have that. I like that I have to learn the moveset of the bosses and actually engage with it. Having too much vigor always makes me feel like I can just take damage, chug through it, keep fighting, whatever. It makes the game too trivial, I think. That's how I felt with every previous From Software game. So I like just going in raw, you know? Have to actually learn the moveset and play well. That to me is interesting. It makes me feel excited about the fights, you know? I know what I said, Credo. I know what I said. Alright, let me go to the round table. Perfect game for that is Sekiro. I did play Sekiro when it came out. I thought it was pretty good. I do. Ultimately, I still, you know, my favorite part about those games is the lore and exploration, not the combat. But I did feel like Sekiro was a bit weaker overall because of that. Like, the exploration and the lore didn't feel as satisfying. But I need to play it again. Maybe there's more to it than what I thought.
You appear to be doing well. Very good. Well then.
But the combat system in
Would you like
Sekiro
to
is
learn an
exceptional.
incantation? May the Golden Order.
Those who live in death,
All of them still say the same thing. Like, nothing has changed there. Oh, sorry about the books.
We've spoken long enough.
Yeah, okay. Nothing has changed here because I literally haven't made progress in the game since I started. So they just don't have anything to say. It's beautiful. I love this. All right, let me
Well, I took you no matter lay out your arms then.
I always come back. I'm never gonna be dead. Don't worry. How much do I need? Couple thousands, maybe? Let's see. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Damn! We're stuck. We're stuck because of the smithing stones level 2. I don't think they sell any in... Those two sell stones, right? Or something? Oh, they're the somber ones. Fuck. Well, +5 is good, right? How much more do I do with the spear? It's just a little bit more. That's fine. I was already doing plenty of damage, even unupgraded. The music in here is just so great. Alright, let's go back. That was the close. Which also means that oh shit, hold on. Enhances final hit of a chain attack. Well, that's more if you can get the full combo out, right? Which I may not be able to do. Hold on. Does it actually change like the animation or something? Yeah, I mean, like, there's like 20 fucking attacks in those combos. I will never get the full combo out, so I don't think this is actually great. How much more damage do I get with this now? Ha! I should have probably waited until I was actually at the boss to do that. But that's gonna be... I think there's a chance that this is gonna be my my process going forward. We find a boss, I strip down naked, and I get my boss killing weapon, and we fight, you know? This man fights bosses in his underpants. A stash, a pair of panties, and a dream. Maybe what I should do is find like low weight equipment. Yeah, okay, it immediately lowers though. It immediately lowers my damage, no matter what. Yeah. But maybe for, you know, I still think fashion is important. So maybe I'll find like very light equipment type stuff. Oh, maybe the champion gear. Very light, right? I'm still losing quite a bit. Yeah, it's not too bad. Oh my god, look at us! I look like Conan the Barbarian. The lamentation of the woman. I don't know what the full line is, but... Although it puts me in medium load. That's kind of not great. This puts me in light. Danon the Barbarian, what's up? Doctor, how are you today? Oh, this is kind of cool. Okay, hold on. Unintentionally decent. And I can go naked. I just have a robe. Okay, that's like full Jedi. Fuck yeah. And I always have max damage. I'm only losing a couple points of damage. Looks like a Victorian nightgown. We can find better. We'll eventually find a better robe of some kind. But I think a robe and a double, like a twin blade, is very like, you know, Star Wars coded, which can be fun. I don't hate that. I think I look cool. You guys can be haters if you want. I think I look cool. I'm also naked under my robe, which, you know, like lets some fresh air. I have a horn on my side. Okay, I'm less of a fan of the horn, but, you know. Yeah, I like this. Oh, I get more damage if I remove the torch. Perfect. Does that weigh anything? No, it doesn't. Okay. And we can see the stash, at least, when I go, like, full, you know, bear. It's giving cult member. I'm okay with it. I'm very okay with it. I'm ready for a fight now. Twin Blade Priest. I'm almost thinking of using the Dragon Wound Grease. That probably... You know what? I'm gonna put it here. I don't know if I'm gonna use it, but if it ever gets to the point where maybe I can finish the fight off, maybe I can use it. Depending on how it feels. Midsommar Jedi. Okay. I think I look perfect and I'm ready for that fight. This is my current boss killing setup. Very happy with it. In fact, I should probably take a screenshot of it. Let's bring the notes. Oh. It didn't work? Question mark? What the fuck? Hello? Why is it not working? I used to be able to take screenshots and directly put them in the thing. Huh? Oh, there it is. Why was it not working? That's kind of weird. Oh no, I didn't want to do that. Oh no, what have I done? Disconnect. Damn. Boss killing setup. Exploration setup. Which I'll screenshot next time we rebuild. There we go. This way I can remember what exactly I need to put. Alright. I'm ready for a fight. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is a story for tomorrow. We're over 90 hours, by the way. Jesus. Alright, it is time for me to end the stream for today, but hey, we have an exciting fight for tomorrow. I'm looking forward to this one. I feel like this one's gonna be hard. It may be the hardest fight we've ever had. Well, maybe not. The double fight was difficult because there was a lot to do. This one, it feels like once I learn it, I do enough damage that it's not gonna be too much of a problem. The only problem is that it one-shots me, right? But, well, okay, let me hold on. Unless there's a phase 2 or some shenanigans. You never know. But yeah, thank you everyone for watching tonight. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for the gifted subs. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. That's roughly 18 hours into the future. Please join Discord if you want to make sure you get the best, most reliable live notifications. That's the best way to do it. Discord's free to join. If you're a sub, there's a few channels you can enjoy as well. It's a whole thing. I'm looking forward to see you guys in the next one. Alright, not raiding tonight. I'm feeling hungry. I wanna get to it fast. I should probably look into like the Elden Ring category one of these days. Find some new people to raid, you know, make friends or something. But it would take a little bit of time, and I'm not sure about that. Let's see. Oh, maybe. Yeah, we'll do that tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm gonna look at. Also, I'm scared about spoilers, but it should be fine. Anyway, I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow, and until then, remember me, and I will remember you.